What up with y'all, man? Hey, it's Mr. Zach, and I'm back with another live show, man. Y'all tap in. We finna get into some of Trump's executive orders, energy and different things like that. We got Letitia James out here trying to stand up for, trying to bash Elon Musk and all that different situations. So, man, tap in, man. What's going on with y'all, man? So, what is it? Sunday morning, real early, 1 o'clock in the morning, Sunday, man. What a good day to stream. Have a nice start to the week. What's good with y'all, man? It's good. Get all my stuff ready. You know how we do. You know how we do. Oh, well. We was trying to do something new. But anyway, man, what's going on with y'all? You know, I got to get everything set up. It's the only way I know how to do it, man. Live and direct right in front of y'all. There it is. What up with you? Where all my night owls at? I know y'all in here somewhere. But let's get into this, man.
Thank you very much for being here. We have largely an energy group today. We're looking to be very energy dominant, and we will be in a very short order. These are great professionals, but before we do that, we'll be signing an executive order having to do with COVID and schools. Lindsay?
Yep. So this first executive order, it prohibits federal funding for COVID-19 mandates, vaccine mandates in schools.
Okay, and that will meaning they want to clear that up, the
Yep.
discrepancy.
So any schools that require students to be vaccinated with COVID-19 shot, then there's no more federal funding, so.
Okay?
No federal funding for schools. Make their kids wear masks and getting the vaccine and all that. No federal funding for that.
Okay, that solves that problem.
Sir, will the Department of Education have to handle that?
Yes, it'll go through the Department of Education. Okay? Thanks.
Can I make one comment, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
As a father of 9, thank you. We should have parental freedom to decide what vaccines our kids take, as opposed to school systems and governors forcing upon the people that love these kids the most, which is the parents. So thank you for citing that.
Great, thank you very much. People wanted that very badly. Okay.
Okay, and here is an executive order establishing the National Energy Dominance Council. So that will be chaired by the Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Burgum, and the Vice Chair, Chris Wright. And so this will reduce costs with respect to energy, establish American independence with energy, and also unleash energy dominance.
Good, thank you. And this is a big deal. We have more energy than any other country, and now we're unleashing it, to put it nicely. And I'd like to ask Doug, you're going to be heading it up. You and Chris, would you say a few words about it, please?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Good afternoon. President Trump wisely understood that under the Biden administration, there was a war against American energy, and today that war officially has ended. President Trump on day one declared a national energy emergency. And this is a real emergency because under the Biden administration restricted the production of oil and gas. Production's still coming, but when you stop holding leases, when you take 625 million acres of land out of ocean land, out of production possibilities through an executive order, you're really restricting the balance sheet of America. But today, as President Trump said, this is unleashed. The National Energy Dominance Council will be made up, all the folks that are standing beside me here, other cabinet leaders and many more, represent President Trump's wise decision that we need a whole of government approach to unwind. The Biden administration had a whole of government approach that had the war against U.S. energy. Now we need to turn that around 180 degrees and unleash that potential. We've got to unleash it from the Gulf of America all the way up to Alaska. We have amazing resources in this country, and we haven't been getting a return on them. Many of these are under public lands. The interior has 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface minerals, critical minerals, and offshore close to 2 billion acres. And that balance sheet is the biggest balance sheet in the world, and it's been completely underutilized. Everybody.
That's a big area right there, man. All that needs to be explored. Get that energy up out of it. Let's go.
Knows we have 36 trillion in debt as a country, but no one knows how many hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets we have. And President Trump is asking us to go get a return on that investment for the American people. And with that, we're going to have prosperity at home with lower prices, and we're also going to have peace abroad. Because the wars that we've been engaged in, or our allies have been fighting over the past few years, have been funded by the oil sales of our adversaries. And so we have an opportunity, and we also are in an AI arms race with China. The only way we win that is with more electricity. And we also have an energy emergency in terms of electricity. Too much intermittent, unreliable, not enough base load. We've been shutting down the base load that we have. President Trump is going to reverse that.
What up, Commander Alpha Turkey? Salute, salute. What's going on with you, girl?
And it's going to allow us to win the AI arms race, which is the most important thing that we have to do relative to our future. So with that, I want to say again, thank you to President Trump, and I want to thank my fellow members of the Energy Council here. I'm going to kick it over to the Vice Chair, Chris Wright, who's the Secretary of the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Today is truly a great day for our country today. And Secretary Burgum laid out so many of the problems the last 4 years. If you put barriers in front of energy, you make it more expensive, you make it less reliable, you make it harder to do business here, and harder for our consumers to pay their bills. With this fantastic action from our president, we now have authority across the government to lean in to fix these problems. And
this is going to be exciting, man. It's like we so lost with the last administration. We don't know what the hell going on, but these are actions that's going to improve our way of life. That's the way I feel. Like it'd be more jobs. It sound like it's creating more jobs for people, a lot of prosperity, a lot of not paying a whole bunch of taxes and all that, man. I'm with all that good talk, man. I'm tired of hearing about the bad all the time and this don't happen and this and that. And nobody want to hear all that, man. If we don't think positive, we won't do positive. You know what I'm saying? It's all in what is being promoted. You promote good things will come out of you. Just always talk about what bad can possibly happen. Expect the bad, man.
I'll start out with one specific right away. This morning, I signed our first LNG export license, unpausing the pause in action. The Commonwealth LNG project that'll be on the Gulf Coast in Louisiana is now officially ready to go. This will be a large construction project for American workers. It'll draw demand for more American energy production that'll be shipped overseas to our allies. Many more of those to come. We're also
the more people have jobs, the less crime. You know what I'm saying? Everybody making a living, getting money for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to take from the next man or the next female, just plenty of jobs. If you don't want to work, then obviously you a lazy ass mother.
What the hell?
You know what I'm saying? This is a time to start building a career on something. Go to school for some of these jobs that they're gonna be promoting pretty soon. Because I'm quite sure you're gonna need some type of skill. You know.
So working aggressively to roll back standards that have made appliances more expensive for Americans, and dishwashers that take 2 hours long and don't get your dishes clean. Nobody likes that. That's about standing in the way. And with this president, President Trump, and our new National Energy Dominance Council, there's so many things we can do to make American lives better, bring down costs, and grow opportunities. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to a fellow member of the council, our Administrator of the EPA, Lee Zeldin.
Thank you, Secretary, and honored to be serving on the Energy Dominance Council. At EPA, we're doing our part to power the great American comeback. And President Trump has made it clear that he wants EPA to be doing our job to ensure that we are unleashing energy dominance however we can help, that we are assisting in making America the AI capital of the world, that we are pursuing permitting reform, that we are helping to bring back American auto jobs. This is the mandate of the American public. The Trump mandate, it was clear, and the guidance from President Trump to me when he asked me, thankfully, for the opportunity for us to be able to serve together in partnership to unleash energy dominance. This is a moment that we must meet. To that end, it is important to note that the prior Biden-Harris EPA issued a waiver to California for tailpipe emissions. This was a rule that should have been submitted to Congress. We will submit it to Congress. Congress will have the opportunity through the Congressional Review Act to make.
He's signing to be able to drill, baby, drill. That's what he's signing. Commander Alpha Turkey. It's a whole lot of millions of acres and billions of acres of land that need to be drilled on, energy and rare minerals and all type of stuff. So these are those executive orders he's signing to be able to drill, baby, drill. Basically, drill, baby, drill. Unleash American energy.
Make that waiver go away. We will do everything in our part to help the American people to make life in America more affordable. The golden age of American success is upon us. If you're excited about the last 3 weeks, that was just a taste of the main event, the entree to come, the next 4 years being the greatest term in the history of the American presidency. With that, I'd like to introduce Sean Duffy.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you for the work on dishwashers. We use more water to wash our dishes before we put them in the dishwasher.
That's right.
We're not saving water, we're using more water, so thank you for that. But I'm also joining the EPA. We've introduced our rules to start to look at the CAFE standards. So we're looking at how much it costs for end users when they put gas in their car. And the Biden era standards are costing billions of dollars in taxes and carbon credits, which drive up the cost of vehicles. And so we're going to remedy that, rectify it, and make sure we're bringing down the cost of a car, number one. Number two, if I could just mention, Mr. President, per your direction, we are going to move forward with a permitting process for the Texas Gulf Link deep water port, making sure we can move energy in and out of the country. So that was held up for 5 years. And it was stonewalled, bureaucrats got in the way. We're now going to move forward with that, making sure we have great oil infrastructure in the country.
Great, thanks. Great
And
job.
Howard Lutnick?
Yes. So,
They brought up eggs, the cost of eggs, so why not hear about dishwashers?
The nanny state. You're feeling the end of the nanny state. From straws made of paper to regulation endlessly harming Americans and holding us back. It slows down our production and manufacturing, which we were talking about with the Prime Minister of India yesterday. You're hearing that about energy dominance. It's going to go away. We're going to care about Americans. The Trump administration and this president cares about Americans, and you're going to feel it change. You're going to feel the price of energy coming down. You're going to feel prices coming down. You're going to feel an explosion. The golden age of manufacturing of America has always been there. It's just been stifled by regulation, and that time is over.
Come on, man. Y'all 5 white men
Mr.
standing there. How
President, I
many is
just
it?
want to say
One,
that you've
two.
built such an incredible team.
I mean, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you got Bergam on the other side. I think it's 2. So about 7, 8 white men in there talking about America first, man. Y'all better come on, white men. I'm putting trust in y'all asses right now. If not, I'm gonna have to do it all by myself. You know what I'm saying? I've been plugging you, Trump. Now, shit, you doing everything you said you gonna do. You promises made, promises kept. Now, come on, drill, baby, drill. Get some of these young brothers and sisters and American citizens some jobs. Bring all the jobs back. Everybody have a little prosperity. You know what I'm saying? Need to feel it. You know, I got my career, but damn, if I can do a little bit more, it'll be all good. So let's go.
And Secretary and Chairman Burgum, that he's been working on this his whole life. And so what I expect you to see, sir, is action as early as next week that is going to shock people about how good it is for Americans. And so thank you for your leadership, sir.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And we are also working on a project that has been.
Well, I put my trust in God, but look, we got a new administration here. Everything they talking about, he talking reversing everything. Now it's ironic. He reversing everything Biden put in. After Biden came in and reversed everything he put in, so you got to put it all back. Now we finna see what's really going on. But I trust in God. I don't trust in no man, but you know what I'm talking about.
Under wraps for 20 years. Everybody wanted it. It's been held up by New York. It's a pipeline that will bring down the energy prices in New York and in all of New England by 50, 60, 70%. It should have been done years ago. We'll be speaking to New York, and the New York is actually the biggest beneficiary because their energy costs are very high. This will reduce them very substantially. But all of the governors want this to happen, and I think it's going to happen. It's now going to happen. It's something that's would rather not have to go eminent domain. We'll do that if we have to in New York, but hopefully we won't have to do that. This again.
Like I said, you got to think positive to get positive results.
Will bring down energy prices in New England by numbers that nobody can even believe, probably 50, 60%, maybe even more than that. A lot of them don't even pay energy because they have no energy. They use logs. They go out and they cut down a tree. It's really a terrible situation. So we're going to get this done, and we can have it done once we start construction. We're looking at anywhere from 9 to 12 months, if you can believe it. It's going to go very rapidly. The other thing I'd like Doug to mention, the 635 million acres that Biden so viciously took out of our net worth. If you look at it from the standpoint of a company, you talk about net worth. They've destroyed our net worth. We're putting it back. It will be back as of this afternoon. And Doug, could you mention that? All of the millions and millions of acres that he just handed back.
Yes,
nobody.
The executive order by President Biden that wiped out these trillions from our balance sheet. President Trump signed an executive order instructing me as the Secretary of Interior to unban that ban, and that's been accomplished. And so those are back on the U.S. balance sheet.
Okay.
Sorry, which one is that?
The 625 million acres of offshore that was banned from further lease sales.
Further anything.
And
You couldn't even-
625 million acres is
Right.
1/3 the size of the lower 48 that was taken off our balance sheet. It's back on there now. President Trump cares about the American people. He knows that these
Biden took away 635 million acres that was offshore that you couldn't even use. That wasn't nobody claiming, just nobody's. That's crazy. Well, now it's ours again.
public lands belong to the public. They don't belong to Washington bureaucrats from the prior administration, and we're going to make sure that we get a return on investment for the American people.
The amount of money that he took off our balance sheet, if you look at it as a balance sheet, it was incalculable. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And he did that, I guess, in the last few days of the administration. He just wiped it out. 635 million acres, which if you sit down and look, it's like that's a major part of the ocean. And he just gave it away and took it away. And fortunately, It wasn't done with an act of Congress or anything, and we did it in a, I think, very abbreviated, very quick, and very legal procedure. And it's now back on our balance sheet. It's back as part of our country. What they did was so horrible. It was just a terrible thing to do, an unbelievable thing to do. Also, they mentioned dishwashers and sinks and showers and the whole thing. We're going to get rid of those restrictions. You have many places where they have water. They have so much water they don't know what to do with it. But people buy a house, they turn on the sink and water barely comes out. They take a shower, water barely comes out. And it's an unnecessary restriction. And basically, I think we're going to be going back to the Trump rule. We had it, and everybody was happy. And then these people came in and they restricted it again. So we're going back. And
what up, man? We got Rich Myers up here, man. You got the same last name I got, Rich. He said, imagine still being Democrat. Foolish little peasants. Man, what's going on? Salute Rich Myers, man. We got Lala Roxy 888 up here. Biden was a nutter. Uh-oh. No Diddy. No Diddy on that one. I got to be careful saying that. What's going on with y'all, man? Big Juggles. What's going on with it? Their line, Aaron, spot on. Anyone buying this needs to get their head read. Hey, look, you got, like I said, you got to think positive for positive results. You can't go around being negative. You must want it to be negative. I don't know. Are you an American citizen, Brian? Because I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking positive with this. I mean, not Brian, but Big Juggles. My bad. Brian, let President Elon speak. Oh, man, y'all crazy. You got to think positive, man. Everything don't happen overnight. You know what I'm saying? Everything don't happen overnight. Lee May say more lies. Okay, we're going to see. Right now, obviously, something happening because the things that Elon and them is pulling out on the Democratic piggy bank, all that stuff they was trying to promote and U.S. aid and all this stuff. Hey, obviously, they pulling out the dirt because ain't no way you're going to be sending all that money to different countries and ain't even got nothing to do with America. It ain't benefiting us one at all, but keeping us broke. You got to clean house before you're able to clean it up. You got to weed out the snakes before you're able to spot them and get them up out of there. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't been a month and a half yet. And everybody already trying to down the man and this and that and this and that and the other. You see all these people trying to stop fighting these wars. Hostages are being released. All kind of stuff going on. You got world leaders coming over here and investing in America. So it's only been 3 weeks. So hey, if you hating on it right now, obviously when the shit get to cracking over here, a lot of prosperity, don't be asking for it. Don't go stand in line and saying, can I have some of that? If you an American citizen and you putting down you trying to bash what's going on right now and you can't see what's really going on, when it start really getting to happening and things is starting to looking up and good and well for us, don't be over here with no handouts. Because your ass didn't believe in nothing positive. You know what I'm saying? God is in control of everything, but when you thinking positive thoughts and saying it's gonna happen and you wanna be able to get a job for your family, you know what I'm saying, and take care of yourself without all these high prices and your credit score gotta be 1,000 and all this and that. Like, come on, man. You gotta grow up and think positive.
we'll get it approved by Congress. In addition, we'll get it approved by Congress. So for 4 years, it's good, but we're going to get it permanently taken care of. And again, very environmentally friendly. But we want to be able to, when somebody turns on a sink to wash their hands or presses the button for a dishwasher, and there's barely enough water there's no water. And you know what they do? They press the button 10 times. They run it 10 times. So it ends up costing a lot more. So I know you're working on that. And where are we on that?
We're working closely with the Department of Energy with regards to rules that were enacted during the Biden administration. Inside of the EPA, we are overhauling the water sense standards that are there to update them for the American people, to bring down cost of
Hold on. We got Black Butterfly say you want to admit that Trump doesn't have a clue how to successfully run a country. Don't nobody got a clue on how to run a country successfully. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no perfect president. Ain't nobody. Come on, man. Come on, Black Butterfly. I'm gonna hit your ass with a.
Come on now, dog.
Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on. Don't nobody know how to run something successfully. Obviously, he doing more than all the rest of the presidents because if you pay attention, you know what I'm saying, you'll be paying attention. I ain't got to explain it to you. When somebody is successful, it's always haters out there to try to destroy what somebody is trying to build. I don't give a damn if he is corrupt. Black Butterfly, I don't care if he corrupt. If he corrupt, you know they got the other side trying to put him in jail. Everybody don't love Trump, so he can't be too corrupt because they already tried to take him out 2 times and try to give him 1,000 years. So he might have been corrupt in his former life, but right now he got too many eyes on him. So everybody don't love Trump. They looking for him to slip. Tell you the truth. Looking for him to slip. He say he doing a lot of damage. He ain't doing no lot of damage. He saving money. We gotta stop being the world's piggy bank. That's what this have to happen. This is what's going on. We not the world's piggy bank. If your ass wasn't born here, and if you can't get here and be legally, you don't need to be here. Period. So and have us taking care of everybody's problems and stuff. We ain't got to take care of everybody's problems. Everybody born the same way that we were born out here, out between somebody's legs. Everybody was born that way. Shit, these other countries got a gang of citizens in there that can rise up and change stuff. They got to protest in their own damn countries if they want something the way that they want it. We ain't got to protest out here like that. But you have new people come and they want to protest and say all these different things and this and that. Like, no. I don't give a damn about none of that. Dwayne Perry said, who's financing your podcast, bruh? Mr. Zach. I don't know no damn Russians. I got my own damn opinions. And if I love my country and if I want to think positive and say this is what is going to happen, because I couldn't say that with the last administration. I was saying, hell no, ain't no man going in no damn women bathroom or men and women locker rooms or men and women sports. Hell no, that wasn't going down. Hell no, ain't no child can go and change their gender without telling their parents. Hell no, I don't believe in that. Is you crazy as hell? Hell no. So I wasn't with all that. Wasn't with all that. I'm a traditional guy. 2 genders. Your child can't change their damn sex. They can't even get a driver license or drink. And they talking about they can go and change what they want to be. Hell no. What the hell wrong with y'all people? What the hell wrong with y'all? I'm glad he signed them executive orders to change that crap. Because I wouldn't want anybody in the chat that disagree with that. You want your daughter going in the bathroom or in a locker room, knowing it's a biological man in there. I don't give a damn who they say they are that day. I'm a woman today. Nah, I don't give a damn who you say you are that day. You can always switch back to the person that you was born, and then being it's like promoting something that potentially can happen bad. Like hell no, hell no. What's wrong with y'all, man? Everybody that say that they don't care about that must don't have a daughter. Point blank, period.
of living to combat inflation and just pursue common sense.
Good. Well, we have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. We're opening up Anwar again. As you know, we got something Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. No president was able to do it. I got it. And the first week in office, the Biden administration terminated that. Anwar is the biggest site, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. We don't know yet, but it's of that size or bigger. And we hit gold, and I call it liquid gold, but we hit gold, and for whatever reason, they terminated it, and we were just ready to start utilizing it. This could take care of all of Asia, energy-wise, very close to Japan. In fact, Japan wants to go and be our partner in doing the pipeline going right into the ships. So they expressed tremendous interest. So did Prime Minister Modi of India. And just in closing, both Prime Minister Modi and the Prime Minister of Japan, both very good people, they said we couldn't make a deal. We couldn't get any energy. I mean, you wonder what was going on with our country. They couldn't make a deal to get any energy from the Biden administration. They just couldn't do it. There was nobody to deal with. They didn't know how to go about it. And they're very happy that we're here. But we're going to really benefit our taxpayers, and we're going to benefit our country. So I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a very big bill. This is really going to be energy dominant. We're going to be energy dominant like nobody else. And this doesn't even discuss all of the electricity that we're going to be producing for all of the AI plants. You know, they need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So you take all of our electricity that we have all over the country just for AI to do it right and to win that war, which we're leading by a lot because of what we've done over the last few weeks. We're leading by actually a lot. But if you take all of it, we have to double our electricity needs just for the AI, and that doesn't include the other technologies. So it's a real honor to sign this bill. We're going to also work on CAFE standards. Lee, you're going to be doing that and make that whole situation, bring that back into reality, and I think very quickly, having to do with cars. Thank you very much. No, but in 2 weeks we will have another one. Yesterday was very big. Reciprocal tariffs was very big, and I explained to the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, very good man, his tariffs are very, very high. India's tariffs are among the highest. And I said, well, now, you know, we were very low. We were the lowest. They're just about the highest. There are others as high, but not much higher. And I said, no, from now on, what we do is what you charge us, we charge you. It's very simple. So whatever you charge.
Oh, Big Juggles got a master's in math and a PhD in economics. Okay, we got a scholar in here, huh? All right. Don't mean that we believe yes.
Charging us, you can go as high as you want. Whatever you charge us, we charge you.
Did he make any pledges?
And I wouldn't say they were thrilled to hear that, but that's the way it is. Tariff, I told you, is a beautiful word. Fourth most beautiful.
Did he make any pledges about BRICS nations not undermining the dollar? You had threatened 100%
Yeah.
tariffs.
The BRICS nations, I think that's breaking up very rapidly. We said that if they're going to go and do anything to undermine the dollar, that includes China. I don't even know that they're a member of BRICS, but they had a few nations get together to try and play cute. And I said, we're going to put 100% tariff on every one of those nations. And at the mere thought of saying,
Lala Roxy said, I got a PhD on psychology. Uh-oh, we got a bunch of grads and smart people up in here. I got a high school diploma degree. Well, at least I made it. I might not be as smart as y'all, but I am smarter than a fifth grader.
that, I think that's all broken up. That idea has no longer sailed. Now, that would be a terrible thing for our country. It would be bad for the world. They wanted to undermine the dollar. 6 nations got together. They want to undermine the dollar. That didn't work out too well. Not going to happen. And we're getting along with a lot of nations now, frankly. There's a lot of respect for the United States. We have regained the respect that we should have, but we've also done things to deserve it. I mean, we've freed up our country, and you're going to see this is basically energy dominance. And It's going to be environmentally clean, environmentally wonderful. And
Rocky said, you got it. Rocky said, you got a degree in badass. Venomize your shit. Put your degrees into Jesus. Man, praise the Lord. Come on, man. You know we do that around here. Jesus is king, man.
And taxes will be very reasonable.
Ryan Sperry said, I got my GED in prison. Man, as long as you got it, You know what I'm saying? You ain't walking around here diplomaless.
Based on this, we're going to make more money than anybody's ever made with energy. We have more energy than anybody else, and it's clean energy, very clean, beautiful energy. We're lucky. We have it. I call it liquid gold under our feet, and we're going to utilize it. So this is a very big bill, and I have a very talented group of people behind me. This gentleman was the #1 man in all of the oil industry. They said there's nobody like him, Chris Wright. And you know Doug actually made a tremendous fortune in technology. And he said, I'm going to run for the governorship of, he loves his state, of North Dakota. And he did, and he made it so energy powerful that I think you're more proficient at energy than technology, but what do I know? And this guy, everybody knows him, Sean. He's been, he's done a fast study on transportation, and he knows, he's learned a lot over the last few months. He's learned a lot. He's really been great. And Howard has built one of the great companies, Cantor Fitzgerald. It was wiped out, completely wiped out, other than a few people left in Europe. And he rebuilt the company into a bigger, better company. Cantor Fitzgerald is one of the most, absolutely one of the top companies on Wall Street, stocks, bonds, trading. And he took that, I mean, he literally watched the plane go into the building, go into the World Trade Center. Amazing story. That alone is an amazing story. He was delayed because his wife insisted that he finally, after years, take his child to school. So he took his child to school that one day, because normally he would have been in the building at 6 o'clock in the morning. That's that business, right? So you owe your wife a lot and your child a lot, right? But his wife insisted that he take his child to school. For 5 years he didn't do it. He was horrible. What kind of a father was he? Okay, I'll do it. And he was therefore driving down at 8:43, whatever the time was, down the West Side Highway, and he saw the plane go into the side of the building. He said, wow. And he occupied the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center, of the one building of the World Trade Center. And you know what happened there? He lost 100% of the people in that, his whole company was there. And he rebuilt his company step by step over years and became bigger and stronger. And he gave a tremendous amount of the profit to the families of the people that died, which he didn't have to do. And now he's working with us. He did an incredible job. I mean, anybody in that world, they know Howard Lutnick very well, and I'm honored to have him running commerce. He's going to be incredible. He loves the country. And Lee was a great lawyer, a great congressman, very.
So anybody here, man, honestly, do you guys believe, like, all jokes aside, all hating aside, all trolling aside, let's be honest now. I know everybody probably ain't, everybody in this chat probably not American. I can say that. I can look at my analytics and say I get a lot of UK and Australia and different things like that. But y'all can, like, come on. Let's keep it real. Keep it real. Honestly, from the last administration, those idiots that was in there till now we got Trump. Do you guys, now don't hate, do you guys think this is the better option? The better option. And do you guys think that even though people hate, and if you got hate in your heart, you already know that, just look at what's going on. You got wars. You got people trying to come to the table to stop wars. There are hostages coming home from a hostile terrorist organization. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of different executive orders that's being written about changing, you know, the women's sports different situations, and just right now, what we looking at right now is to unleash American energy. Like all jokes aside, if you a hater, put a number 1 in the chat. If you not a hater and you have optimistic about the situation, like this is possibility that things will change, you know what I'm saying, for the better within time, put a number 2. If you a hater, put a number 1 off the bat. You a hater. We ain't gonna judge you. I ain't gonna judge you over here. Like, for real. Be honest. We don't care about no prices or nothing right now. Everything that's high right now is inherited right now. Inherited to him. You know what I'm saying? So you got to give a person more than 3 weeks, more than 2 months, more. It's 100 days. Wait for 100 days and then see what's going on. But honestly, you know what I'm saying? The 2s is going to win it. The number 1, if you a hater, you going to put a 1. Like, come on, man. You can't hate on. The man just got back on the job. He had a 4-year vacation. Put it that way, to get everything how he had it. I think this was the best thing that could ever happen. If he had just straight 4 years, it would never happen. You know what I'm saying? It had to have a break in between so to give the people to see a contrast of 2 different administrations. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Anyway, I see it's more 2s than 1s. So, honestly, the haters didn't say nothing because they don't want to be pointed out in the chats as a hater if they put a 1. But everybody know, man. Everybody know. I don't give a damn what nobody say. All these countries that don't even have TVs know Trump won, and they better straighten up. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. Anyway, let's keep it going.
Successful person, both as a lawyer and as a congressman, and knows a lot about the environment, cares about the environment, and we were lucky that...
Got to get 1 to put a 1 up there. Rolando Mota. Okay, well, that's how you feel. All right. Nobody hating on you. Feel like you want to be a hater, or then you be a hater. You must not really be from America. You know what I'm saying? Matt Hooks, too. You know what I'm saying? You putting the number 1, and you hate it, hey, you a hater. Hey, we love haters. It's just going to be feeling real good when you have to live in what the number 2s said what was going to happen. Number 1s is going to be mad as hell. That's the ones we got to watch out for.
I was very happy that you joined, and he was with me right from the beginning, always was with me, and I've always...
La Roxy. Let me see. Hold on. La Roxy said, I'm out here in them streets fighting the fentanyl crisis out of my own pocket. I got my face cut for the kindness right away. He gave us what we needed to get them help. We just volunteer. Oh, you a volunteer? Okay, that was a whole paragraph I had to read, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I told you I only graduated high school, so I got a high school general education degree. But I ain't dumb, though. I ain't dumb. I'm not dumb. I wasn't dumb enough to go pay for college. Let me shut up before I get in trouble. Anyway, let's go.
Always been with him, and Kevin Hassett, we know everybody knows Kevin, and he's fantastic. And you and Lindsay, you and your team are incredible. The job you've done, we really appreciate it. Thank Will, and the job you guys are doing is really fantastic. We're knocking this out. Brian, do you have a question?
I actually do. What kind of piqued my interest is growing up on the Texas Gulf Coast, natural gas, the LNG that you mentioned.
Yeah.
What's the potential for like new jobs or growth in that area? I mean, that part of the country, Southwest Louisiana, Southeast Texas, they depend on that.
I would say that potential is simply tremendous. You know, 20 years ago, the United States was the biggest importer of natural gas in the world. And we had natural gas prices 2 or 3 times higher than they are today.
Is it me or homeboy talking right here? Is his arms longer than I don't know, it just seems like he got long arms or something, but I don't know, maybe his elbows is right here and he got long biceps. I don't know. Let me know in the chats if it look weird when he talking.
Today. But with shale revolution and great entrepreneurs in Texas and Louisiana and across our great country, we are now today the largest net exporter of natural gas in the world. And so much of the world is depending upon natural gas is the fastest growing energy source, has been for 50 years. We were the driver of that, and then we paused. We stopped our ability to grow natural gas exports, both the Japanese government and India.
Said they aliens? Who said they aliens? Zinga Bob said aliens. They some damn aliens. I don't know. I thought about that. I don't know. It's the way they like robots. I don't know. You know, Trump do kick it with Elon Musk. They got some, probably got some real AI robots that is, these are the AIs. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Indian government expressed great distress about that. They're going to count on energy imports from the U.S., and we may just change our mind. So I think they're thrilled to see the actions of this president say America's open for business. Yes, we have the energy, we have the people, we have huge job opportunities and investment opportunities, not just in the oil and gas industry, but all those surrounding communities that are lifted up by that more production here. And as we produce more production at scale, not only does it allow us to export, but it becomes more efficient, and it helps us drive down the cost for our domestic consumers as well.
Yeah, I know they're really happy, just let you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I will say this, that this all started 8 years ago.
Kip Naj's power say he has 2 elbows each arm. He kind of moving it kind of crazy. It look like they just look like, I don't know, they look long. I don't know. Man, crazy.
Ago, when I got elected, we were doing this, not to the extent that we're doing it now, but we were doing this, and we became #1 in oil and gas by far. And we were #3, even #4.
John Painter say R. Kelly turned to politics. Where? They got a new channel or something? Because I don't know what the hell you talking about coming up in here. If you trolling, you got one chance. Say something else crazy, because I don't know if you directing that to me or what, but I'm quick to block people around here. Or at least put you in timeout. Put you in jail with R. Kelly. Anyway, let's keep going.
Or some would say when I left, we were #1 by a lot. And then they pulled way back, and the prices started going through the roof. And then they went back to my plan, but by that time the prices had already gone up, so they really disrupted it. But now we're going to take it to a new level. It's going to be amazing. And we're also, it's very powerful, clean coal. We have more coal than anybody. This is good, beautiful, clean coal. And if you notice, China's opening up a coal plant a month. Germany is now opening up a coal plant every 2 months. Very powerful. It's probably the most powerful source of energy in terms of generation of electricity and other things. And we're going to utilize our good.
You damn right. The world runs on oil. BR549. What's going on with you? What's going on with you? I'm glad to see you in the chat. But yeah, Upgrade 101 said a country cannot survive without energy. Oil is that energy. Man, you can't. Everything that we do requires energy. To me, to be on live right here, energy. For me to be up at 1, 2 in the morning, that's my energy that I made. I'm, energy, but I'm just saying. And for you guys to be watching this and scrolling YouTube and being up, energy. Get to work, energy. Everything is energy. So we got to unleash this 650 million acre, what they talked about earlier, and start going over there, man, and drilling. Real.
Good, clean, beautiful coal and oil and gas. We have more than anybody of everything, and we're going to take advantage of it. And I appreciate everybody being here.
Mr. President, on the energy,
Please.
can I ask you, sir, about what's happening in Munich? Senator Roger Wicker shepherded Defense Secretary Hegseth through his confirmation He got him through that process, and then he had some tough words for him overseas. He said it was a rookie mistake for Secretary Hegseth to outline what would.
Doug Don is 152 where I'm at, so if it's 351 where you at, you in the East Coast somewhere.
Or would not happen as far as Ukraine's membership in NATO goes. And then
I haven't heard that. I mean, Roger's a very good friend of mine, and Peter's obviously, he's been doing a great job.
Did you know
I haven't
what
heard.
he was
Let me look at. You tell me something. I have not heard
the
about.
question I had is, were you aware of what Secretary Hegseth was going to say in his speech at NATO?
Generally speaking, yeah. Generally speaking, I was. So I'll speak to Roger. I'll speak to Pete. I'll find out.
Mr. President, the Energy Dominance Council, that's for all forms of energy? Does that include
All
wind and solar?
forms of energy. Yep.
And the pipeline you mentioned, sir, is that Constitution pipeline in New York?
Yes.
Can you, is that the
I
project?
believe so,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. And, you know, they've been trying to get it
1052?
for 20 years. And what it means is for New York, upstate New York, and even everywhere in New York, also other states, but in particular New England, that New England will now, I think, will cut the energy prices, and big cuts in New York too, but cut the energy prices literally in half. We have the permits. We have permits that just about everything we need a New York permit, and I would imagine they want to do it because their energy prices will come down so far. And it's a lot of jobs for New York. It's a great thing for New York.
A lot of jobs. That's what I'm talking about, man. Go to New York.
Everybody wants.
Go in there and arrest all them damn migrants, get their ass up out of there. The ones that's well, they are criminals, so they cross the border illegally, but, you know, got to get them out. Get these jobs for these American citizens to get. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
We'll be meeting with the various governors, governor of New York, and the other governors too. And we can have it built in about 9 months, let's say 1 year, but we can actually have it built in pretty close to 9 months. It's all set. We have most of the permits, almost all of the permits.
And on just, you're prioritizing energy dominance today. You've also prioritized trade balance. The oil industry is a little worried about the steel tariffs. I mean, they put 20,000 feet steel in the ground at a well. How will you balance that? Is there a possibility?
You're talking about steel and aluminum.
Indeed, steel tariffs.
So the steel, I saved the steel industry in my first term by putting on tariffs because China was dumping massive amounts of steel. Others also, but mostly China. And I put very substantial, we took in $600 billion worth of tariffs from China.
Damn, 600 billion. BR 549 said green energy is a cash grab. Yeah, for the people who's submitting it, because I don't know about it. Ain't got nothing to do with no American citizens do it. We got to buy an electric car. Everybody don't want no damn electric car. I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but that green new scam was a whole lot putting us in debt. So I don't know. Good point, though. Good point.
And no other president's taken up, literally haven't gotten 10 cents from China, not 10 cents. And hundreds of billions of dollars came in from China. And
Kip knowledge, the tariffs, y'all got to worry about them damn tariffs. And you say you ain't from the U.S., whatever country you from, if you ain't got a plant over here manufacturing whatever it is that you make that you can offer the world, you're going to get hit with a tariff. So that's what's going to affect you wherever you from.
they understood it. They understood what I did. But the dumping stopped. And had I not done that, you wouldn't have one steel mill, I think I can say, not one steel mill operating in this country. And we need steel. We need steel. I mean, there are some things you have to have, and steel is one of them for military, et cetera. So I think steel is going to be very strong. It's going to be very strong. I think it'll go back to being really powerful. We saved it. I mean, we were talking about U.S. Steel last week. U.S. Steel would have been closed, totally closed. We saved it. And now it's going to become, I think, very, very profitable. The tariffs are going to save a lot of industries.
Mr. President, U.S. Steel, can I just follow up on U.S. Steel just
go
very
ahead,
quickly,
finish up.
sir? If the Japanese company that's interested in U.S. Steel wants to take a minority stake as opposed to full ownership, is
A
that
minority.
fine?
I got another thing in the poll. I mean, in the chats. That word tariff Come on now, keep it real. I bet 99% of y'all in the chats that never heard that word tariff in your life until Trump started talking about some tariffs. Come on, keep it real. Keep it real. If you heard about a tariff, put a number 2 in the chats. If you ain't never heard tariffs before until Trump started bringing it up, put a number 1 in the chat, because I ain't never heard about no tariff. I seen the word tariffs because I deliver mail, and I be having these small packages sometimes where I can't scan the little barcode, and I'll read the back to see what it is. And sometimes I'll just read because it's on there for you to read. You might need to see an address where it's going, but I seen the word tariffs. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what it meant until he started talking about tariffs. Paul Foster say, yeah, he heard it. You know what it mean. Tariff, that word just came out of nowhere. Tariffs? Tariffs? Black Butterfly say tariffs are discussed in high school. Well, I ain't never heard nobody talk about they got tariffs on. I ain't never heard of that. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Gloria? I see to everyone in the chat. Hey, what's going on? Glad to see you up in here. Single Bob. Yeah, but I ain't never heard that word tariffs until Trump started talking about it. But I kind of knew what it meant. He gonna put a 25% tariff on somebody. Only thing I had thought about that must be the word taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Mistake I wouldn't mind greatly, but what they're doing right now is they're going to be investors, and they're going to be investing in, I think, debt and various other things. But we didn't want to let U.S. Steel go to a foreign company. U.S. Steel was the greatest company in the world for a period of 15 years. It was, it was the big deal 80 years ago or so. And psychologically, we can't even think about letting that happen. But what is going to happen, and we've already seen it, you see it in the stock price, with the tariffs, U.S. Steel is going to be a real powerhouse again.
If I can just follow up on Jackie's question about Munich. Vice President Vance's speech to the conference has ruffled quite a few feathers in Europe.
What did he say to ruffle them? I don't know.
He was talking about the freedom of speech and migration in Europe. Do you believe that European leaders have a fundamentally different view of the world than this administration's?
Well, I heard his speech, and I tell you, you're talking about JD's speech, right?
Yes, sir.
I heard his speech, and he talked about freedom of speech, and I think it's true in Europe. It's losing. They're losing their wonderful right of freedom of speech. I see it. I mean, I thought he made a very good.
I heard Trump talking about something about BRICS. Who said that? Zinga Bob. I heard him say something about BRICS. Can you explain in the chats what BRICS is? Because I don't know. I heard him say it was something bad, or they wasn't ready, or something he said.
Speech, actually, a very brilliant speech. Yeah, Europe has to be careful. And he talked about immigration, and Europe has a big immigration problem. Just take a look at what's happened with crime. Take a look at what's happening in various parts of Europe. I thought his speech was very well received, actually.
No, La Roxy, not Brick House. He said something about bricks. So China is dancing around economically around the USA. Ever heard of BRICS? That's what Zinga Bob said. I don't know what he's talking about. Explain yourself, Zing.
I've heard very good remarks.
And in regards to Ukraine as well, yesterday you mentioned that you thought Ukraine's NATO aspirations were one of the main reasons that the war broke out. Who do you blame for the war, Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I think that there were a lot of people to blame. All I can say is very simply, if I were president, that war would never have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? The Middle East wouldn't be all blown up, and October 7th wouldn't have happened either. Those two areas, you wouldn't have inflation, you wouldn't have October 7th, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine fighting. None of those things would have happened if I were president.
Russia.
Well, I think various parts of Europe. true in Europe.
all
It's
blown
losing.
up.
They're losing their wonderful right of freedom of speech. I see it. I mean, I thought he made a very good speech, actually, a very brilliant speech. Yeah. Europe has to be careful. And he talked about immigration. And Europe has a big immigration problem. Just take a look at what's happened with crime. Take a look at what's happening in various parts of Europe. I thought his speech was very well received, actually. I've heard very good remarks.
And in regards to Ukraine as well, yesterday you mentioned that you thought Ukraine's NATO aspirations were one of the main reasons that the war broke out. Who do you blame for the war, Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I think that there were a lot of people to blame. All I can say is very simply, if I were president, that war would never have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? The Middle East wouldn't be all blown up, and October 7th wouldn't have happened either. Those two areas, you wouldn't have inflation, you wouldn't have October 7th, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine fighting. None of those things would have happened if I were president.
Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
You mentioned auto tariffs the other day.
Yeah.
When do you plan to unroll?
Howard, I'd say over the next, sometime, maybe around April 2nd. I would have done them on April 1st, believe it or not. It's just, I'm a little
You on
superstitious.
April
No,
Fool's
literally,
Fool?
we had it planned for April 1st. I said, let's make it April 2nd. You know how much money that costs? That costs a lot of money just that one day, but
You're gonna make it on April 1st.
we're going to do it on April 2nd, I think. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay? Thank you.
The lead prosecutor in Eric Adams' case resigned today, saying anyone who didn't press forward would be a coward. What's your reaction to that and to the overall implication that politics were at play here?
Well, I don't know about it. I mean, obviously, I'm not involved in that. But I would say this, that if they had a problem, and these are mostly people from the previous administration, you understand, so they weren't going to be there anyway.
Okay, he said KP now is that is what breaks is Brazil, Russia, India, China, Saudi Arabia. Okay. Wow, I ain't know nothing about that.
They were going to all be gone or dismissed. If not, they know on Tuesday they're all being dismissed. You know, the whole country is being, because what you do is you come in and you put new people in. So when you say resign, they're going to be gone anyway.
Well, Sassy Mo say breaks is gold, commodities like produce, oil, etc. I don't know what y'all talking about.
But I know nothing about the individual case. I know that they didn't feel it was much of a case. They also felt that it was unfair with the election. Look, I would know that better than anybody because I was weaponized more than any human being in the history probably of the world. And I won the election in a landslide, winning all 7 swing states, winning the popular vote and everything else because the people got it. It was weaponized. And I was weaponized literally weeks before the election. But I think there's also something to be said. I read that. There's something to be said for what they were doing. It looked to me to be very political. But why didn't they bring this up like 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, or whatever it happened? You know, they just sat around and didn't complain. Then all of a sudden they complain, and they know they're all being dismissed anyway. So, you know, that's the way it is. That's called politics, I guess.
Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
Earlier this week, you predicted that all hell would break loose if Hamas didn't hand over all of their hostages. What do you expect to happen tomorrow in terms of
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock. It was up to me. I'd take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out, and I looked at a before and an after picture. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy.
I got to look up that BRICS thing. Sound complicated to me.
I could say he was a little bit overweight. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like he just came out of the Holocaust. It looks like a Holocaust picture. I've looked at him for a long time, and they've been treated very badly. The young lady came out last week. Her hand was blown off.
Man.
I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and
Trump,
wiped
he
out
just
her fingers.
he don't give a damn how he say it.
Badly. The young lady came out last week. Her hand was blown off. I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and badly. A young lady came out last week, her hand was blown off. I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and wiped out her fingers and a lot of her hand. Wow. No, I would take a different stance, but it depends. Look, it depends what Bibi's going to do. It depends what Israel's going to do. But and now I understand they've totally changed. Hamas has totally changed. They want to release hostages now again.
Paul Foster says currency on the total different dollar value that's much greater than the USD, the US dollar. Yeah. Wow. Y'all teaching me something. Remember, I only went to the 12th grade. All right. Well, I graduated, got my diploma, and I had to work after that. A regular job. I had time to go to college, but I ain't dumb. I learn quick. I'm always learning from young people. Learning from young people. I'm 51. I'm learning from you young people in the chats. All right? Be 52 in April. So I'm learning from y'all. It's always good to learn. Let's go.
But you have to see, this started by them saying, we're not going to release the hostages as we said we were. I said, good. You have till 12 o'clock on Saturday, which is tomorrow at 12 o'clock to do it. And we didn't hear anything. Then all of a sudden, 2 days ago, they said, no, we've decided we're going to release the hostages. So, but I actually think they should release all of the hostages. Remember, they're probably as bad as they looked. I mean, I don't like to say that, but they looked real bad 4 days ago, 5 days ago when I saw them. And the young ladies that came out were treated really badly. You don't know what happened, but I do. They were treated really badly. But as bad as they look, the ones that follow probably will look a lot worse. I think they're sending out their most healthy. And they've been hit hard on that, Hamas. So they probably didn't want to release. But they obviously, they changed their mind. I said 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of a sudden, 2 days ago, yesterday, they said they're going back to releasing. But this all started by them saying, we are not going to release any more hostages. And then yesterday, they said they are going to release the hostages.
Well, Trump said, he said by Saturday, what day? Well, it's Sunday now. You told them they better release all them damn hostages. It's going to be hell to pay. I ain't seen hell to pay yet, Trump. They ain't showing no video footage of hell to pay. I know you had to threaten them a little bit, so I think they are releasing some, but you said, I don't want them to release in 2, 4, 3, 1 hostage. Release them all. You got Saturday noon to do it. If not, it's going to be hell to pay. I see you got some kind of compassion. You ain't finna just go crazy. I see that. Anyway, let's go. I know y'all heard what he said. He said they had till Saturday noon to release all them damn hostages.
But I think they should release all of the hostages.
About 75,000 workers took this deferred resignation. It's a little bit short of the 5 to 10% goal you were hoping to hit. Do you think you'll have to make up the rest of that number in layoffs?
No, look, that's 75,000 more than we would have had, and nobody knows what that final number is, because in the end, I think a lot of people aren't going to show up to work. A lot of people, they got used to staying home and quote, working. But, you know, I wonder if they had other jobs or other things. You know, they have a lot of problems with that. No, 75,000 is a lot of people. And we paid them well. You know, we gave them a lot of months of severance pay, if you call it that.
Tell them local things.
But no, I think you'll probably have some more too, in addition. It's a big, tremendous saving for our government. We want to downsize government, but make it better. Run it better, but downsize. Yeah, please.
So can I ask about the UK? I understand that you had a phone call with Keir Starmer yesterday.
I did. I just signed a letter to him. He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, you know, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's a very nice guy. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Brad.
Will there be carve-outs, sir?
Thank you,
The tariffs?
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Thank you, sir.
Trump know to end it. He's like, thank you. Y'all gotta go. We got laws to pass. Thank you. You gotta go. We got laws to pass and do what we need to do. No, we got some scholars in the chats, man. I see them. They out there scholarshiping. We got some scholarshipers in the chats. Man, they know a lot out here. They can teach a young old guy myself some politics. You know what I'm saying? Some things. I went to school for a while, but they know what BRICS is and all kind of stuff going on. Yeah, you learn a lot. I learn a lot by people. Learn a lot from people being grown in the chats and speaking, you know, not disrespecting each other. Because sometimes I'll be having these live people be on here disrespecting, about to pull up on somebody in Asia and they stay way in South America. Like, come on, man. We all here to learn, teach. You know, I don't know everything. I'm telling y'all right now, I don't know everything. I'm on the fly with mine. I see whatever sound good and look good, and I can kind of translate a little bit. You know, I have common sense. You know, so it's like we can all learn from this. You know, hopefully my channel keep your eyes attracted and appeal to the screen to learn from other people's in it, because it's not just always about me. It's about the chat. You know what I'm saying? The chats is what make lives go up. It ain't always the host. Respect the host, but it ain't always about the host. You know what I'm saying? It's about those chats and comments and people saying what they want to say, getting corrected, getting you know, it is what it is. It makes it fun. So I appreciate the chats all day, every day. But guess what? Who we got right now? We got Letitia James. You know that New York State Attorney General who was trying to put it on Trump, and trying to make him pay $500 million and billions and all this for something stupid. Now he done took her damn security clearance away. It's a lot of this is like the soaps. I don't know if y'all watch the soaps, like Young and the Restless, General Hospital. I really don't watch them either, but when I do, sometimes I see it and it's like a reality TV show. It's crazy right now. Politics and everything is content. Everything is online to see. It's like a WWE fight, WWE match. You know what I'm saying? But, man, we got Letitia James, man. She had a press conference yesterday. I guess it was yesterday. I'm just seeing it just now. But she's in response to Elon Musk and all this and different things. This lady crazy as hell. Crazy. Anyway, let's get to it. How long is this little thing? 17 minutes. Let's get to it, man. Appreciate y'all for tapping in, man, in the chats. Pulling up on your boy, man. Mr. Zach Reacts. Night Owl Session. Let me see who in the chats, though, before we start playing this. Let me see. I think I've been reading a lot of them. I know we got Gloria up in here. Lala Roxy. Zinga Bob. What's going on, man? We got Local Things. BR549. That's who was going at it for a while. Let me see. Let me scroll down some. See who in here. We got Sam Ferreira up in here, man. What's going on with it? I gotta scroll up a lot. We got Doug Don, Paul Foster, Abe Dez. Who else? I said Doug Don. Okay. Well, we got a lot of other people in here. We got who else we got? I heard Down Bad. That's what they say. What they say? You down bad? down bad. Letitia James down bad. Let's see what she talking about. Is they booing her or what? I don't know.
So states have a unique role in preserving the constitutional order. And it's important that individuals understand that all 18 attorneys general who have filed this action seek to stop a private individual from accessing the private information of millions of Americans. They're so
La Roxy, I don't know. You say, why are people so rude when you such a gentleman, Zach, Mr. Zach? Thank you for the space you provide. Look, look, when I catch people being disrespectful, I try to tell them, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't cool. That ain't cool. If you want to be grown, you want to comment, say something, man. You ain't got to disrespect nobody. That ain't what it's about. I bet you wouldn't say it in the person's face. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do. I tell them, you won't say it in my face. And 9 times out of 10, they don't want to, say it. Son of Horror say, cuff her. Man, yeah, cuff her. Zinga Bob, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Welcome to the family, man. Welcome to the family. Let's go. Let's see what she talking about, man. They need to put some cuffs on her. Look how she look right now. She got her mouth halfway open with her eyes closed. Let me. I'm gonna tell you what I was thinking, but I ain't gonna do that. Let me keep playing this before I get in trouble.
Social security numbers, their tax information, their addresses. No one elected Elon Musk and his minions, and no one has allowed him to have.
They always got to talk about somebody, his minions. Ain't no damn minions. Them some young, smart people that's calling out all the fraud, waste, and abuse. Tell it like it is. Stop lying, Tisha James.
Access to this information. This is a violation of the separation of powers. The United States Congress, the United States Senate, has the sole discretion in having the power of the purse, and not Elon Musk. He has basically violated the Administrative Procedure Act, and he has violated the privacy of millions of Americans.
Anyways.
And it is up to us to prevent him from having access to that private information. And so we've come together.
Who?
Because we believe in the Constitution and the...
Who is we? Who is we? Let me know who you talking about. We don't be put me involved in that. I don't know what you talking about, Letitia James. Elon Musk and they say it don't take a rocket scientist to do what they it do. Elon Musk is a rocket scientist, and his ass is auditing the government and everything that come with it. So what the hell they mad for?
The rule of law. And we believe that no one is above the law. And we believe that there are individuals, obviously, who should be prevented from having access to this law. The Treasury Department is responsible for maintaining the privacy of our information. The Treasury Department is responsible, again, for protecting our rights and our privileges. No one elected Elon. He's not been subject to any vetting.
He didn't run for nothing to be elected, dumbass lady. Excuse my language. But he didn't run to be elected for nothing. I don't know why they keep on running to he wasn't elected. We know he wasn't elected. Trump said, we finna save money for the country. Can you run or start something? Yeah, they said DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. We need to figure out what's the wasteful spending, what's going on. We trying to get this this $36 trillion debt wiped out. You know what I'm saying? And these people right here, like Letitia James, just don't get it. She hates Trump so much. She even looked older. Look how older that she looked when she came out saying she was gonna get Trump. And Trump never went to jail behind what she was saying. Look how she done got an extra chin. Her hair not as silky smooth as it was when she first came out. It looked like her eyebrows need to lining up. Her teeth is yellow. Her eyes are yellow. She looks stressed out right now because Trump is the president. This is what this look like. This is what this is what hate look like. Hate can come in all forms and fashions, but this is what hate looking like right now. And I hate to say it, it's a black woman. If she black, I don't know. I don't even know if she American or not. But this is what hate looks like. Let's keep on listening to this hate.
He's not been subject to any conflicts of interest. He has earned $20 billion over the last decade. He's the richest person in the world. And he has caused harm.
So what? He the richest and he got rich for some reason. He the richest person in the world. So what? So what? Damn.
An injury to Americans. And that's why we are here today, to seek a preliminary injunction, to stand up against those forces who believe that they can unilaterally have power and have control, all in the hands of the President of these United States. It's important that Elon Musk, the Treasury Department, the President of these United States understand that is...
Local things say Elon Musk is Batman. He is Batman, because Batman hide, he come out just a regular person, but then he go down in the Bat Cave. It's your ass. No Diddy. But he is Batman. Good point, look. Good point. Good point. Man.
Is not how our order, the Constitution works. And so I'm joined here today by my colleague, William Tong, from the great state of Connecticut. And I would ask him to say a few words as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, say Zinga Bob say he's Tony Stark. Okay, now y'all done started a poll. See, if y'all think he's Batman, put a 1 in the chat. If y'all think he's Tony Stark's, put a number 2 in the chats. Local things and Zinga Bob. If he's, what I say? Yeah, y'all know. Oh, he is back. He back. Okay. Oh, he Tony Stark's. What's number 3, Commander Alpha Turkey? What's number 3? That's what I want to know. 3 is neither. Okay. Well, he's some damn body. Shit. He damn near, he ain't Superman. But he got to be one of them too. Latina Turner say, can you play the video? Oh, I will. I will, Latina Turner. You getting upset because I'm pausing? I'm sorry. This is a live show. My bad. My bad. I ain't mean to. I'm going to play it. You Russian? Are you Russian? You Russian me? Are you from Russia? Oh, 4 is Professor X. Okay. Okay. All right, well, Professor X, Batman, and Tony Stark's. Wow. Anyway, let me play the video. Let me play it because, you know, we got people in here. We got Latina Turner up in here saying play the damn video. All right, let me play it.
Let's hear for Tish James. Let's hear for
Hell no, you stupid.
Tish James. Thank you, Tish.
Like he got Down syndrome.
Thank you.
My bad.
Let me thank Attorney General James, our colleagues, for standing together today here in federal court here in the Southern District of New York.
What?
In defense of our country, in defense of the rule of law. We stand together to stop Elon Musk and his army of tech bro wannabe stormtroopers.
Boy, they do not know how to bag on nobody. What up, Keck? I see. He said techno wannabe stormtroopers. What kind of a diss is that? Dude, like he got Down syndrome again.
Me of tech bro wannabe together to stop Elon Musk.
Tech bro.
And his army of tech bro wannabe stormtroopers from tearing up the Treasury Department, now IRS, we hear, the Department of Education, and the federal government. Let me just put this, let me frame this for you and put this in context. You know, you're going to hear a lot of legal arguments today. We're going to talk about the Constitution. We're going to talk about the Administrative Procedures Act. Let's put that all to the side for a second. What is this about? This is the largest data breach in American history.
Shut up. She looked like, what's that movie with Eddie Murphy? When he was dressed up as what's the name of that damn movie? Norbit. She looked like one of them characters off of Norbit.
That's what this is, okay? Our job as state attorneys general is to protect and safeguard our states, the citizens in our states, from data breaches, to protect their confidential personal information, to protect our states and residents from cyber attacks and cyber crime. And what you have here, never mind Equifax and a data breach that impacted half of all Americans, never mind Change Healthcare, which we're still working through, which has impacted.
Said, no, she's a clump, one of Professor Clump.
Our healthcare system in this country. This is the largest data breach in American history. We're talking about Social Security numbers. We're talking about banking information. We're talking about addresses, biometric information, states and payment information, routing numbers, bank accounts. All of this puts all of us at risk, right? Puts our states at risk, puts the financial well-being of our states and our country at risk, and every person that lives in our states and our communities. And we're also talking about when they have access, not just read access, but read-write access to the central payment system of the United States of America, the Bureau of Fiscal Services, BFS, right? Are concerned about payments to everyday Americans, Social Security payments.
Mr. Larry 160 say Respucia. That's what I was thinking. I just wanted to see if somebody get it right. Look like Respucia on there.
Medicaid, veterans payments to support our veterans, our first responders, police officers. This is what's at stake today. Not just the rule of law, but people, families who depend on the Treasury Department and on all of these payment streams and funding to support America and to support our states and support the.
I'm just disappointed. They look like two big disappointments, for real.
The American people. Let me also say we heard from the vice president who cast doubt on the role of judges. He said essentially that judges don't have the right, the power, and the authority to stop unlawful, illegal, unconstitutional actions by the executive branch and by the president. That is utterly false and untrue. Okay, judges have always had the power of judicial review for more than 200 years in this country. The Supreme Court said in Marbury versus Madison, when Tish and I went to law school, that's the first day. And J.D. Vance knows better. His first day in law school, he learned that judicial review is a bedrock, right? It's what keeps us free.
That's right.
Because if judges can't declare what the law is, if they can't say that a president or a vice president or an unelected person or Congress, if they can't say what the law is and they can't stop them from taking an unconstitutional and illegal action, then what do we have?
That's right.
Right? We have unchecked power. Congress, if the president can do whatever he wants, then Congress becomes optional. It becomes marginal. Our rights become optional. States become optional. And all we're left is with a president who can do whatever the heck he wants.
Joe Biden was doing whatever the hell he wanted. He was doing anything that he wanted to do. So why the hell y'all mad now? Look at Letitia James looking up at the Lord. Lord, please help me. No, the Lord is on another side, on the other side. Your ass is foolish. The hell. What up, Frontline? What's going on with it? Got E-Fly. What's going on, man? Look, all these people, these two people right here, I don't even know the Asian man, but he looked like he got Down syndrome. And then he's standing next to Respucia. They crazy. They crazy. Let me keep this thing going.
That's not America, right? That's not who we are as a country. That's what we're stopping here today. And let me just close by saying, again, what I just talked about, judicial review, Marbury versus Madison, you know, what we're going to talk about here in this courthouse today, those may seem like big concepts, and in many ways they're big 10,000-foot constitutional legal concepts. But what we're talking about today, every middle schooler in America understands checks and balances. This is about checks and balances. This is a check. This is a check on executive power run amok. This is a check and a balance on a president who wants to do whatever the hell he wants. We cannot have that in America, and that's why we're here today.
Shut up.
And as attorneys general, we're not going to bow to the president or to Elon.
Ever said yak. You are going to bow to the damn president. When he put them damn charges on your ass, you gonna bow down, Letitia James. Bow down to the West Side Connection. Bow down when they come to your town.
And as attorneys general, we're not going to bow to the president or to Elon Musk. It's important that individuals understand that right now Elon Musk is untethered to any accountability at all. And the fact is that they would like for us to engage in an ideological litmus test. And that's why they've paused funds. That's why they have frozen Social Security and veterans payments, and payments to the state of New York and to states all across this nation. It is unacceptable, unconstitutional, ultra-vires. They have exceeded.
I don't know why they keep talking about something unconstitutional. When they asked was just unconstitutional, Trump had been in office 3 weeks. They was unconstitutional a month and a half ago. A month ago. Now these people are unconstitutional. Man, please.
Their authority. And so it's important that attorneys general representing our respective states stand up and enforce the rule of law, because Elon Musk, individuals at the Treasury, and the President of these United States is not above the law. And we will.
They've been saying that for the longest about Trump not being above the law. Your ass ain't above the law either, Letitia James. Remember that.
Continue. You know, as attorneys general, we've been preparing for this. This is not the outcome that we wanted. We wanted to cooperate. But when you challenge the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, we acted. And we got a TRO. When you challenge the NIH, individuals who are engaging in research to find a cure to cancer, to find a cure to a cardiac disease, we got a TRO. funding, when you pause the funding of countless number of agencies, Meals on Wheels, veteran services, law enforcement grants, we got a TRO. And we're not finished yet. So we're gonna march into court each and every time.
This lady gonna have a damn heart attack. She too damn stressed out.
To uphold the law, to uphold the Constitution, and let the president and Elon Musk and his minions know that you cannot restructure our government. This is not a unilateral form of government. Congress is a co-equal branch of government, and the separation of powers requires that you get consent of the United States Congress. And we are confident today that we will get a preliminary injunction. Any questions? Hey, good afternoon. Mm-hmm.
She looked like she in for it. She looked like she just got herself into some into a pickle. Like she started off running her career off trying to get Trump. Trump is president, and now she just looked like she just. I don't know why she hates Trump so much. I don't know. This is like a woman scorned Trump had a relationship with her or something. He didn't want to talk to her. He hit one time and didn't never call her back, and she just mad. This is what this looked like to me. Just her facial expressions and that hand, her left hand in that pocket, and she just eyes rolled. Like, I don't know. I don't know why she hates this man so much. Man.
So as you know, there was another action that was filed in New Mexico by 12 other attorneys general. But our action here is against specifically the Department of Treasury. And we are seeking at some point to amend our complaint to specify other agencies. We believe that the best course of action is to focus on agencies and not name Elon Musk. We question whether or not we have personal jurisdiction over Elon Musk. At the end of the day, this is a lot of legalese.
No, it says suffering succotash. I just seen that.
At the end of the day, we believe that this is the proper and the most correct way to respond to an entity which is not a government agency, which has not been confirmed by Senate, where employees have not been vetted and have not been subject to any checks and balances and or conflicts of interest. Again, Elon Musk earned $20 billion
so
over a 10-year period of time.
And that tell you how good of a businessman he is. He a hustler. You mad because the man got over $20 billion in a matter of 10 years? That's $2 billion a damn year. What this lady mad about? So what? He looking into what's going on with the government and giving recommendations to save this and save that. You want somebody like that know how to make $20 billion by his damn self or whatever it is he do? This lady is just mad. She's just one of them. I'm telling you, she must have tried to get at Trump and Elon. They turned her ass down. They said, Respucia, get your ass up out of here. They ain't got nothing to do with you. They married. They don't want to deal nothing with you. And you mad. Lord, look like she ain't had nothing in about 2 months. Let me keep going before I get in trouble.
What the hell? Still enjoying contracts from the federal government. That should not be the case, and it must be stopped, and that's why we are here today. Sure. So in the
TM says, let me see, let me read this damn chat. She ain't fighting for me. I don't give a damn about what she talking about. She don't want this country to save some money and just back up, just let the man them audit the shit. Damn, the more these people fight, the longer the audit gonna take. Because it's gonna happen. So just shut the fuck up, excuse my language, and sit back and let the shit go, excuse my language again, and let it just do what it do. What you hiding? Sound like they're hiding something. But TM in the chat say Letitia James is fighting for you, for me, everybody on this chat. And if you don't know that, you need to start looking at what she's going on, what is going on, and how bad it's going to affect every single one of us. What? What? Because they trying to stop wasteful spending. A lot of it that they're trying to cut has to do with woke stuff. You know what woke is? A lot of it's cutting out all of that. What are you talking about? It ain't affecting me. If anybody talking about no tax on tips and no tax on overtime and no income tax, it don't sound like they trying to make us suffer. They trying to take the tax off of us. We make our money and we go on about our business and pay our tax when we buy food or something like that. But as far as taxing your income and all that other stuff, that's what I want. Shit, I don't give a damn. Tisha James, your ass is a hater. So, F Letitia James. She's a hater. Like a disgruntled baby mama. I said a disgruntled baby mama. You got some baby mamas that ain't disgruntled. They know how to handle their business and get what they need to get from their baby fathers and all that stuff. But you got some that's disgruntled and want to take you down. Anyway, let's go before I get in trouble.
The event that not only this case, but any other case where there is a violation of the order, we are considering our legal options, including, but not limited to, filing a motion for contempt.
Yeah, and that happened in the funding case in which we're both involved in the district court in Rhode Island. We have concerns that they're not complying with that court order, so we moved to enforce that court order, and the judge granted that motion on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yep.
And so there are real questions about compliance and non-compliance, and we're gonna go in any court anywhere to make them comply with these orders.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Secretary said that it is the Trump administration's, that they want DOJ and civil servants to work together. What do you have to say to those that say that you are impeding a serious and honest effort to try to get the government to work better?
I bet you Letitia James family like, lady, girl, why the hell did you start trying to pick on Trump? Now you got us all looking stupid. Damn. Why you going to mess with him? Now you got the Jameses looking stupid. Is LeBron James related to her? I don't know, but I bet you her fan like, you are, now you got to just go all out with. She like, I'm gonna find something. I'm gonna prove to y'all that I was lying and this and that. She gonna do what she do. She look like one of them type, for real.
Back waste and out of control spending before it's even had a chance to really take off.
Listen, all of us are concerned about waste, fraud in our federal government and in all governments.
Waste, fraud, and abuse, lady. Get it right. You said waste and fraud. What about the abuse?
But you should work with Congress. That's how the system works. Not by, again, special employees who have not been vetted, who have not been proved by the United States Senate. It's really critically important that individuals understand that right now he is ignoring the United States Senate and House of Representatives. And that's just not our system of government. The president and DOJ cannot act unilaterally. And they cannot do with a stroke of a pen ignore the law. Not now, not ever. And that's why we are here in court today.
Nobody is saying that they can't try to make government more efficient. We try to do that every single day in our offices, but do it in compliance with...
Your ass ain't smart enough to do it the way Elon Musk and them doing it. You worrying about compliances and all this and that. No. do your audit, call it out, and then worry about some damn compliance and all. Now you got to bring, everybody know what's going on now. Trying to hide it. Oh, we tried to do it, but no, ain't no damn compliance. If it's wrong, we putting it out there. Look how she looking. She looking like, Lord, please don't let them find nothing on me. It's coming, Letitia James. It's coming. It's coming.
With the law, follow the law. But let's just be clear, they've gone way beyond that, okay? This isn't about making government more efficient. It's not about improving process writ large, including this, the Doge action, plus a federal funding freeze, plus cutting off funding to NIH, right? They're defunding medical research. They're defunding healthcare. They're defunding education. They are defunding.
Stop lying. The kids I got in school are still going to school. People I know is still going to the doctors and using their damn health care. They ain't defunding none of that shit. Excuse my language. Y'all was trying to defund the Democratic Party. They was trying to defund the police. It's like everything that y'all was trying to do, y'all trying to blame the Republicans for. That's crazy. Ain't nobody trying to defund nothing. We defunding all the stuff that ain't got nothing to do or that's going to benefit America. Get rid of all that stuff. What the hell is a $20 million show in Iraq on Sesame Street for us? We don't even watch Sesame Street no more. That's so old. Like, just come on, man. All these contracts, there's a year contract that's been paid out for the past 20 years on a year contract. All that stuff need to be X'd out. I don't give a damn what these people saying. They just mad because they about to get exposed. They gonna need all the money they need for their commissary when they take their ass to federal prison. Allegedly. Anyway, let's go.
The police. That's what they're doing. Okay, so this is well beyond government efficiency.
I understand Doge is in the Bronx. I've got two separate. You go first, and then I'll go to you. Go ahead. So all Americans should be concerned, and particularly the constituents of the great state of New York.
Would that tell you the truth, man? 3 weeks and they still losing. They losing their damn minds.
Should be concerned about a private individual, the richest man in the world, having access to their personal information.
So that should tell you, if the man is the richest man in the world, what he need, he could take. Hopefully, he could take my information, and I wouldn't give a damn. Put some millions in my account. That's man. You got the richest man in the world accessing information. So what? He already rich. What an extra $2 gonna do for him? Come on, man. These people is delusional.
Social Security numbers, their addresses, their income tax. And the question is, what is the purpose of all of this? And the question is whether or not they have followed the law. It's important that individuals understand that we cannot allow private citizens to have access to this private information.
Letitia, you ain't following the law.
And pausing funds for the purposes of individuals bowing to the knee of the President of the United States. Basically being subjected to ideological litmus test. Individuals who do not follow his prescriptions, his policy prescriptions. This is a democracy, a representative democracy. And it's important that individuals understand that there are co-equal branches of law that need to be respected, and that states, again, have a unique responsibility to ensure that the Constitution is followed, the constitutional order of things here in this great country. And so that's why we are standing up. We're defending the Constitution. We took an oath to the Constitution.
Illuminati oath or what?
Not to a man, but to the Constitution. And let me just say to the brave soldiers, the amazing individuals at the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassone. She's a profile in courage.
What do you think about Mayor Adams having said that?
So at this point, there's a number of discussions going on. There's discussions going on the state level. There's a number of discussions going on the local level and private discussions. So at this point in time, I'm going to refrain from any comment until such time as we complete those discussions and determine the fate of the mayor of the city of New York. Thank you all.
Get your ass in there, because you're going to be out of there pretty soon, lady. Hope that man don't. Y'all better hope this man don't come for y'all, like he about to do. I believe he about to come after him. You know what I'm saying? He said he wasn't gonna do it. It wasn't gonna be out of revenge. I don't know, but if he do come after him, look, he deserved it. After what they try to put him through, so I wouldn't be mad at him if he did try to throw some charges and the what's her name, Pam Bondi, come out talking about everybody that was involved is under indictment. Cause ain't no way. What's going on with y'all, man? I hope everybody's had a blessed night, day, whatever time it is for y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. How many thumbs up we got? Man, y'all hit them thumbs up, but man, double tap the screen for me, man, one time. It's free. While you double tapping the screen, hit the subscribe button. Let y'all do that, man. Please. I'm asking pretty nice, ain't I? I'm asking pretty nice. It's the least you can do. I'm trying to see what's going on, what else is going on in the political realm and stuff like that. Ain't nothing new came out right now. They just been on talking about that wasteful spending that these people been doing. Like, what the hell? They just spending money on whatever and don't even tell nobody. They didn't even erase the files. They were like, man. Let me see what this is real quick.
President, I don't know if you remember it, but I do.
I don't like that one. On, y'all. I'm looking for something to play. Let me see what's over here. This is John Kennedy. Hold on. Let me switch the screen. John Kennedy calls on Congress in NPR funding, reads headlines to claim bias. I have no idea what that is, but let's see what they're talking about.
When families in the evening would gather around a single radio, they just had one radio in the house, or a single TV, often black and white TV, to hear the evening news. And for many Americans, particularly in rural areas, public broadcasting was the only option for them. That was true in some parts of our country. They could only access public broadcasting to get up-to-date news and information. Those days are gone. Things are much different today. Today, Americans get their news everywhere, everywhere. Websites, podcasts, social media posts, radio shows, cable TV, streaming, broadcast television. The world has changed, particularly the world of mass communications. I think back 10, 15 years ago in my state, Louisiana, newspapers were king, followed closely by local television stations. Newspapers led with the news and everybody else followed in terms of what was newsworthy. Boy, those days changed. I polled recently.
Yeah, Kennedy, one of my favorite people too, man. He king of the one-liners for sure. He ain't playing about the Republican Party and that, you know, he ain't playing. I like him too. Let's go.
Recently in Louisiana to find out where my people in Louisiana get their news. 4% of the people in Louisiana get their news from the newspapers. That's just a fact. Number one, as you might imagine, is the internet. The world has changed. This trend is not partisan. It's not a Republican thing or it's not a Democratic thing. President Trump and former Vice President Harris, they both did popular podcasts in their election. And many of my fellow senators and many of my friends in the House running for election also did podcasts as well. A lot of the pundits have even called the 2024 race the podcast election. No American today, not one that I know of, is dependent on a single source of news to remain informed. And that's a good thing. It might have made sense many, many, many years ago for the federal government to subsidize and fund public broadcasting. 50 years ago, that might have made sense. But the ability of the American people today to access whatever news is no longer limited. So here's my question, Mr. President, and something that we need to think about. If all this is true, if media has changed, and it's accessible to everyone, why is the United States Congress still spending $500 million a year, not $500,000 a year, $500 million a year to fund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting? It makes no sense. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, we call it CPB, Mr. President, as you know. It's a nonprofit entity that takes taxpayer money that it gets from Congress and distributes it to local TV and radio stations. Now, you might not have heard of CPB, but you probably heard of two of its, I won't call them subsidiaries, but two of its closely affiliated entities, I'll call them. The Public Broadcasting Station, we call it PBS, and National Public Radio, NPR. Now, here's how it works. Every year, Congress gives the Corporation for Public Broadcasting $500 million. And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting takes that money and gives it to a lot of the local TV and radio stations. And a lot of those local TV and radio stations are encouraged to, and indeed do, by programming.
My bad, y'all. I was yawning all in the screen. I was like, my bad, y'all.
If they're if they're radio stations from NPR, or if they're television stations, they buy a pre-recorded, pre-developed programming from the PBS. Congress established this system and established the Corporation for Public Broadcasting in 1967, over 50 years ago. At the time, Congress tasked CPB, and I'm not saying it didn't make sense then, it probably did make sense then, but Congress tasked the CPB with a mission to ensure that the American people had...
Okay, TM, I seen that last comment. I thought that's what you meant to say. You know what I'm saying? God bless you, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad you tapped in with the chats. Come back again, man. I think I seen you before. Subscribe to the channel on the way out if you haven't. But, yeah, man, appreciate you. All right, let's keep going.
And I want to quote here, to be precise, had, quote, universal access to non-commercial, high-quality content and telecommunication services. And indeed, CPB boasts that on its website that 99% of Americans have access to public media. Hell, they ought to. We're spending $500 million of your taxpayer money to make sure they do. That's not the question. Because Americans have access to all different types of and forms of media today. They don't need to get their news from public broadcasting. This isn't the old days when people had one television set or one radio and lived in a rural area, and that was...
My bad. Gloria, I'm telling you on it. I'm out here trying to do too many things at once, but I was saying thank you, La Roxy 888. I appreciate you. Come tap back in. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you in the chats. That's what I like. So come on back. All right. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Is the only source of news. The world has changed. The issue today is whether the American people need taxpayer-funded public broadcasting to access.
Y'all know it's live now. Now I might forget to push the mute button and unmute. My bad, y'all. Thank y'all for telling me what's going on. You guys are not ignored at all. I love everybody in the chats, man. Y'all keep chatting it up, man. All right, let's go.
High quality content anymore, and they don't, and we all know they don't. You don't have to be Walter Cronkite's cousin to figure that out. Everybody's got a cell phone. Everybody's on the internet.
Kennedy boy,
everybody's
crazy.
Heard of podcasts. Everybody's heard of cable. Many people have streaming services. Today, 97% of Americans have access to the internet. Why do we need public broadcasting? That's more than double the number of Americans who could access the internet two decades ago.
My name is Wilman. What's going on with it?
Things have quickly changed. People now have a bottomless supply of news sources right at their fingertips whenever they need them. Why do we have to give $500 million a year?
Can anybody in the chats tell me what we looking at? Because I'm not even paying attention to Mr. Kennedy. I know he one of my favorite people out there. I ain't even paying attention to him. I'm out here reading the chats, enjoying y'all, man. What is he talking about? Can anybody tell me what's going on?
Here to subsidize a certain small favored section of the media. Parents can also very easily find free educational programming if they want to.
This is the title. John Kennedy calls out Congress in NPR funding. Reads headlines to claim bias. I don't know what's going on. Let me know.
They don't have to go to public broadcasting. All they got to do is go to YouTube. All they got to do is go to other streaming services. The popular YouTube series Crash Course, for example, it has more than 16 million subscribers. PragerU is another educational content provider. It has 3.3 million subscribers.
Okay, that's what he's okay. I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
For comparison, PBS only has 1.4 million subscribers. You know what the difference is? You give them $500 million of your hard-earned money. That's the difference.
Ooh, the taxpayers?
Now, some may argue, well, we still need public broadcasting because it offers non-commercial programming. They argue it's really cool because you don't get interrupted by commercials. Well,
I see you, Gloria. We got Kyborg 2023. Hey, brother, greetings from Athens, Greece. I am watching closely Mr. Kennedy for years. He does his homework. He's a G. Man, look, we can go all night with Kennedy clips. Like, he ain't playing. In his voice, he got the little one-liners. He a comedian. You know what I'm saying? We need people like that in Congress and all this stuff. So, in the Senate, my bad, in the Senate. Yeah. Oh, he talking about taxpayers' money. Ken Skater, what's going on with it? Megan, what's up with you? Got Jeffrey Lewis up in here. What's going on with all y'all, man? Y'all tapping in right now? Y'all ain't doing nothing else? Y'all ain't doing nothing, y'all over here? That's good. I appreciate everybody, man.
the new chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Mr. Brendan Carr, has just called that into question. He's called into question whether NPR and PBS are really non-commercial broadcasts. Mr. Carr has noted that NPR and PBS regularly run commercial advertisements during their shows and broadcasts in contravention of federal law. No advertising? All you got to do is turn on the stations. Give me a break. And in fact, the FCC has launched an investigation into NPR and PBS to determine.
Hey, BR 549, I seen that. I was like, that was a couple months ago. I seen him reading a bunch of that soft. I'm gonna say soft. I don't want to say the word. A bunch of that soft stuff in school in them books. I was rolling when he was reading it. He was reading the line. He was reading it verbatim, cussing and everything. That was crazy.
Whether they've been violating federal law. There seems to be no distinction between the advertiser-funded content on PBS or NPR and the content Americans can access for free anywhere else. But there is a key difference. I'm going to keep coming back to it. PBS and NPR receive a truckload, a bucket load of cash from the American people. In total, Congress will send the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and indirectly NPR and PBS, $530.
So I got a question in the chat. What is NPR? Let me know. Y'all teaching me something. What is NPR?
$5 million.
Is that ratings, commercials, or what is that?
In 2025. That's an increase of 20.2% since 2000.
Talipia, whatever your name is, say, why are you afraid to pronounce the word gay? Because YouTube be tripping. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know if it's freedom of speech yet. He ain't signing an executive order for that yet, has he? So, I don't know.
2020. Is your income gone?
Ken Skater say National Public Radio. Okay. All right, Bumble. I see you. I didn't know. I ain't know. I seen NPR. I don't know.
Up 20.2% since 2020. I know your expenses have. By 2027, CPB wants Congress to send it nearly $600 million. For what? For what? PBS alone received roughly $130 million last year in taxpayer-funded grants.
Janetta Dora say economic blackout. February 28th, Google Project 2025. Stay woke, keep up the good work. So what they about to do, an economic blackout? What that mean? Nobody work or buy nothing? What that mean? Let me know, Janetta.
From the federal government through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That's 35% of its total budget. NPR similarly receives $96 million through taxpayer-funded grants from CPB. That's also roughly 32% of NPR's total budget. Why? Why? Why CPB? Why NPR? Why any of these alphabet soup entities? Why not the New York Times? Why not the Washington Post? Why not Fox News? Why these three particular entities? That's a question we have to ask. And we're not talking chump change here. We're giving them $500 million a year.
Wow.
NPR is one of the few, as far as I know, they're the only newsroom in the country that gets taxpayer funding. And you would think that after receiving nearly $100 million from NPR, I want to single out NPR for a second, you would think that after receiving nearly $100 million from taxpayers, that would motivate.
Who was that in the chat that was pushing all those emojis? The little happy face emoji. Who was that in the chat doing that?
NPR to play it right down the middle, to only publish fair reporting. You would think that with the American taxpayer giving NPR $100 million every year, like clockwork, you should.
Who was that with the hearts going up with the emojis over there? Who was that pushing them hearts? Let me know in the chats who's pushing, who's interacting with the hearts and the emojis and all that stuff.
Be able to go to NPR and look at the news and say, I don't know what party these folks are in. I don't know whether.
Yeah, I heard Soros bought a bunch of radio licenses and stuff. I've seen that. He's the one that's been tipping off them damn migrants to the damn ISIS coming.
They're liberals. I don't know whether they're conservatives. I don't know whether they're left of center or right of center. I just know that they fairly report the news.
Okay, now y'all going crazy with the emojis. Who is that pushing them hundreds and them hearts and them smiling emojis, man? Let me know. Who is that?
That's not the case, Mr. President. That's not the case. I want to give you a few examples of stories that NPR has published using taxpayer money. I'll just read the headlines. First headline, NPR News Service. Michael Avenatti, quote, a profile of the media-savvy attorney. They love Michael Avenatti. You know where Michael Avenatti is today? He's in jail.
Jail?
You know why? He's a crook.
Okay.
But for a while, he was a media darling on NPR. Here's another headline from NPR. How racism became a marketing tool for country music. I kid you not. The American taxpayers are spending $500 million a year to pay a local station to buy content that says country music is racist.
Wow.
Here's another headline
I need to get on
from
that.
NPR. Donald Trump's long embrace of Vladimir Putin.
Putin.
Remember the Russiagate? The Steele dossier? NPR was right in there promoting it.
Wow. Yeah,
Couple
we
more
don't need the
headlines
NPR.
that NPR is putting out there. using your tax dollars.
You don't need it. Get rid of it.
This headline, monuments and teams have changed names. Let me say it again. Monuments and teams, presumably sports teams, have changed names as America reckons with racism. Birds are next. I don't know any birds that are racist.
John Kennedy, crazy. Hey, y'all, look. I let y'all know I don't be smoking like marijuana and stuff like that. This is a cigar. So if y'all see me smoking, it's a cigar. I supposed to been quitting. I done graduated from the cigarettes. The cigarette thing was, man, that was hard. Went to some vapes. Now I'm about to get rid of the vapes, but it's a process. We all go through different steps, and eventually I'm gonna just stop all the way. This is bodybuilding time, so time to get in that gym, y'all. If y'all ain't in the gym or do something, man, keep your heart rate up. Health is wealth at this point in time. So, but I know I'm saying all that, and I got this cigar, but I'm celebrating something. So, I'm celebrating getting over 50,000 subscribers. It was a long journey, and once I get to 51,000, then I'm gonna stop. This is the whole celebration until I get to 51,000 subscribers. But anyway, yeah, man, health is wealth. It's time to get into it. I'm gonna start posting some videos of me doing my little exercises and different things like that pretty soon. Anybody want to join the challenges that I'm gonna throw out there, man, y'all more than welcome. And let's get to it. Summertime coming up. Once again, we gotta look good for the summer. You know what I'm saying? Be here to witness all this greatness that's about to happen in this country.
Here's another headline. Eating less beef is a climate solution. Eating less beef is a climate solution. I don't have anything against vegetarians. I'm a semi-vegetarian myself. I eat beef and cows eat grass. So that makes me a semi-vegetarian. But that's my choice. Not on NPR, eating less beef is a climate solution. Here's why that's hard for some American men. Here's the final headline. I could go on the rest of the evening. How the Taliban adds to Afghanistan's woes when it comes to climate-fueled disasters. Boy, I can tell you that's on the mind of every person in Afghanistan today, is climate change and the Taliban. I can guarantee you.
Ain't nobody think about no damn climate change.
I don't have a problem with these headlines. This is America. If you want to publish articles like this, which no person with a brain above a single-cell organism would call fair and balanced, if you're a news outlet and you want...
Yeah, we do miss Rush Limbaugh, man. What if he was still here, man? It'd be, he'd be viral right now. I see you, Dennis James. That's a good comment. We got Megan, Megan. My bad, Megan. I can't say your last name, but I'm sorry. I don't want to get it wrong, so I'll just say Megan. Man. Jonathan Johnson said Kennedy is pure gold. Man, he speak his mind, man.
Want to publish this kind of stuff? That is your right as an American. We have freedom of the press. We have the First Amendment. You're not free in our country if you can't say what you think. You're not free in our country if you can't express yourself. I'm all for this, if that's what these outlets want to do. But I'm not for taking $500 million every single year and giving it to these stations to the exclusion of everybody else so they can do it. Mm-hmm. That's immoral. That's illegal as far as I'm concerned.
It is.
Or should be.
keep giving these people, these NPR and these 3 stations, $500 million for all this propaganda that they pushing out there. That's crazy. Get rid of them. Get Doge. Get Elon Musk and them up on their ass. Shit. Excuse my language.
Now, I'm sure that there's an audience in some campus coffee shop that wants to learn about racist birds or the different ways in which cheeseburgers and the Taliban are contributing to climate change.
Yeah.
But most American taxpayers would probably prefer that Congress spend their money on something other than these controversial points of view that appeal to only a small segment of America's population while the rest of us foot the bill. Now, that's not just my opinion. A former editor at NPR, a gentleman by the name of Yuri Berliner. Mr. Berliner, he used to be an editor.
I hear you, Megan. It was hard to pronounce that. I'm gonna write it down, and next time you come on, I'm gonna be able to say it. Your last name. All right, Megan? That's a bet.
NPR. He published a column last year. And in the column, he outlined the extreme bias at NPR. He detailed how NPR decided to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. It wouldn't run stories about it. It said it wasn't real. Mr. Berliner, the former editor at NPR, said that NPR told its readers, and I'm quoting, quote, "We don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. And we don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions." End quote. The Hunter Biden laptop is real. The FBI has it.
Megan Donaglia. Did I get it right?
It's there at the FBI headquarters, bigger than Dallas.
Trees Road, don't go to bed. It's only 5 a.m. But you already went to sleep, didn't you? You up now? Might as well stay up. Hit that subscribe button while you up. Hit that like button. Trees Row.
Of course, we now know that the laptop was not just a distraction. Every bit of it was real. But NPR censored it using American taxpayer money. NPR also similarly covered the COVID-19 lab leak theory as though it was a conspiracy. That's how the news coverage reads, in my opinion. That if you believe that COVID-19 originated from a lab leak, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yes, you are.
I would point out that we're going to have to get some new conspiracy theories in America because all the old ones turned out to be true.
You know what I'm saying?
The conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0. But not if you read NPR. They say or said that the COVID-19 lab leak theory, you had to be some kind of conehead, some kind of meathead, some kind of whack job to believe in that stuff.
You always twisting the narrative.
Now the federal government, the CIA, the FBI, they've stated publicly that the pandemic likely originated from what? A lab leak. I can't make this stuff up.
All right, Johnny Hankey, I see you.
Now, other independent analysts have shown that NPR's content also leans left. And that's fine. As I say, that's fine. Many Americans lean left. I've got a lot of friends who lean left. I lean left on some issues. I think it's great. Since 1970, the United States Congress has given NPR more than $14.5 billion.
Wow.
With all those taxpayer dollars, NPR bought a $201 million office space just up the road from the Capitol. It's swell office space. $200 million
for office space?
NPR pays its hosts as much as $532,000 a year. It pays its chief diversity officer $320,000 a year.
Damn.
Pretty good work if you can get it.
Man.
Not NPR money. Came from you. You paid those salaries. And despite all the spending, NPR's audience.
Ron Beer said it best. Let me post that in. Let me pin that comment real quick. Ron Bear. Ron Bear said, paying for our own overthrow. Good Lord. That's crazy how it just, like they was saying, they was giving meals to Al-Qaeda. They was feeding them while they was out there at war with us. And that's crazy.
Continues to.
This country could be sick sometimes. But now we got somebody there that got common sense, is waking up all this and waking up all these senators to all this corruption that's going on. It's time for a change, man, for real.
Decline because they're obsolete. Now, Congress does not send taxpayer money to the most popular podcast hosts in America. We don't. The anchors on Fox News, the anchors on CNN, the anchors on MSNBC, nor their stations, they don't get any taxpayer dollars. Nor do any of the journalists.
Hey, Jeffrey Lewis, you say, speaking of conspiracies, y'all see the cut support struts of the Twin Towers? Nah, we ain't seen that, man. They got a YouTube video on it. Posted in the chats, man. Let me see if I can find it, or what's the name of that video. I'll play it so we can see. All right. Better off if you put the title of the YouTube video. It might pull up, that I can find it and we can see the cut struts. What you saying?
Journalists that ask me questions every day in the hallway of this building, unless they work for NPR or PBS or their affiliates.
All right, let me see.
The Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Congress should not be picking winners and losers in the news media.
Tower support strut picture.
But that's what we're doing.
Hold on, let me Google this right quick. Hold on, y'all. He said the what? Hold on. Yeah, we gonna see this picture. What you talking about? Google. Hold on. Google the Twin Towers support strut picture. Twin Towers support strut. Struts picture. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? I see a bunch of stuff over here. Cut strut. Hold on, let me switch it over so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Building 7 was standing, but BBC said it fell. That ain't it. I don't think we're going to find that. Whoever, I don't think we're going to find that. I ain't got time to be looking like that. I see a few pictures. Let me see. That it? I don't know. But let's get back to the Kennedy, man.
The United States of America has $36 trillion in debt. We can't afford anymore to blow $500 million for public broadcasting when Americans can find the same content, and in many cases better content, online for free. Now, if you want to support NPR and PBS or any other public media outlet, that is great. God bless you. This is America. You're free to do it. You are free to donate to those nonprofits as you see fit. Donate to them. But Congress should not compel taxpayers to fund them, to fund a service that the American people don't need, especially when the content, well, you can read what the content is, and maybe you agree with it. But a whole bunch of Americans don't. A whole bunch of Americans don't think that birds are racist. President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency is looking for fat to trim, Mr. President. As far as I'm concerned, this gravy train with biscuit wheels called the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is the perfect example of a project the American people no longer need and should not fund. Mr. President?
Yeah, I was hoping that Trump released the 9/11 files to investigate more into it. You know what I'm saying? I heard somebody say Nephilim up here. You think we got giants coming back right now? The giants got to come back to let us know what time we in or what? I know about the Nephilim. Some people don't know about that. They thought they was all destroyed with that great flood, but no. But that's a whole nother piece of content to talk about. You know what I'm saying? If anybody know what the Nephilim is, the Nephilim. Man. Jay Holly Roller say Nephilim are not what people say they are, and dinosaurs never exist, nor Megalodon. Nephilim were human men. Giant means men in power. Okay, so Nephilim was men in power. They wasn't actually giant. They just say giant men. Were human men giant means. Okay. Looks like Barron Trump got Nephilim blood. How can you say never? I don't know. Yeah, man. It's crazy out here. Y'all people, y'all smart in the chat, man. Y'all got some way out brains. You know what I'm saying? That's good. It's a good thing, man. Way out brains, way out thinking. I love that everybody believe what they believe, think how they want to think. You know what I'm saying? That is good. I appreciate these type of people, man, who come into these chats and talk. And I'm learning a lot of things. You guys learn a lot of things from each other. And I don't know if y'all learning anything from me, but I'm trying. There's a lot of these videos that people look at them, they get their views and stuff like that, but it's better when you have a room, a chat full of people who know a lot of stuff, and have their opinions and different things like that, and not just falling for anything that anybody says. That's good. It's a good thing. Appreciate y'all. I really do.
Thank you.
Let me see. Oh, this is a good one right here, y'all. This is a good one right here. We're going to see what time it is by the time we finish this, if I'm keep going or not. As far as with the live stream and all that, it's 3:38. All right. This one about 15 minutes. We're going to turn this 15 minutes into 30 minutes. This piece right here with Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, John Kennedy. It's called the Kennedy reveals shocking fraud that seen dead people receive money from the federal government. When I seen that, heard that, Elon Musk, he was like, it's checks going out to people that's 150 years old. Do we know anybody that's 150 years old? If so, they need to be out there, be famous. And obviously, they must be dead or something, because 150 year, come on, man. I seen that and heard that. I was like, what? No, that's fraud. That's abuse. I ain't going to say it's fraud. That's abuse. And the waste and everything come after that. Fraud, waste, and that's all three of them right there. That's crazy. See what he got to say, man. Kennedy, man.
Mr. President, with me today are two of my colleagues from my Senate office, Mr. John Lowry and Mr. Jackson Bewley. I'm grateful for their good judgment, counsel, and advice. I am delighted, Mr. President, to see so many members of Congress, and I mean this sincerely, so many members of Congress embrace the call for a less wasteful federal government, for a more efficient federal government. We spend a little over $6 trillion a year, as Senator Sanders so eloquently pointed out. When you spend
I see you, Clark and Van Life in the city. I appreciate you. Welcome to the family. You know what I'm saying? We be getting it in. And Vicky Adler said Nephilim are children of fallen angels and human women. Read the book of Enoch. Y'all hear that? I never read the book, but I've seen the little video on YouTube where it was like trying to explain it and all that. So if you don't want to read, go to YouTube and type in the book of Enoch. It's going to explain everything.
$6 trillion a year, somebody's getting $6 trillion a year. Every penny in our budget has a constituency, and that constituency will fight us. They will fight us. And I recognize that, and it's something that as we go about downsizing government, we have to be mindful of. However, there is one constituency that is not going to be able to fight us.
What is that, Robert?
In our quest to scrutinize federal spending, and I'm referring to dead people. And that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about dead people.
Right.
And the fact that they're getting money from the federal government. In fiscal year 2023 alone, this is just 1 year, our government sent $1.3 billion. Wow. Not $1.3 million. We sent $1.3 billion in checks to dead people. Those aren't my numbers. Those numbers come from the Office of Management and Budget.
Damn.
That's just 1 year. Not only is the federal government sending checks.
He said $1.4 billion COVID stimulus payments to dead people.
What the hell?
Bruh. Good Lord. 1.4 billion?
To dead.
2.9 trillion value of improper payments since 2024. Damn. 6.5 million number of 112-year-olds on Social Security. God.
What the hell?
That's crazy.
What? Help me.
Boy. Waste.
Dead people. Those checks are being cashed.
And they was being cashed.
Now, I have heard, Mr. President, of dead people voting, but cashing the checks, you don't have to be God's perfect idiot to realize that there's fraud happening.
It is fraud.
With respect to all this money. Here's how this problem arises. When you die in America, your name is sent to the Vital Records Office in your state.
Yeah.
And at that point, the Social Security Administration pays each state to get an ongoing list of deceased Americans in that state. So far, so good. The Social Security Administration takes this data, this list of deceased people, and they compile on an ongoing basis a list called the Death Master File. The Death Master File. That's just a list of everybody, updated daily,
the name of it?
of people in the United States who are deceased. Why does the Social Security Administration do this? Well, so the SSA, Social Security Administration, can stop sending people who have died checks. So far, so good. There's just one problem. I discovered this about 7 years ago. The Social Security Administration refuses to share that list with anybody else in the federal government.
Wow. How can they do that?
They won't share it with any other federal agencies, many of which send out checks.
Crazy.
The Department of Treasury, for example, sends out checks. SSA won't share the information with them. The Small Business Administration sends out a lot of checks. The Social Security Administration has a list of all deceased Americans, but SSA will not share that information with the SBA. I'll give you some examples. You remember, Mr. President, when we were in the coronavirus crisis, we had an economic meltdown. We sent stimulus checks to Americans to try to keep the economy on its feet. We paid $1.4 billion to dead people, and they cashed the checks. The Paycheck Protection Program, which was a part
PPP.
of our stimulus program, paid out $38 million alone to dead people.
PPP. Everybody remember that. Everybody was getting PPP loan. The people that I know got them, they wasn't dead. But they said they spent, what, $3 billion? Let me see what he said. To dead people? Hold on.
These were people, dollars alone to dead people, which was a part of our, the Paycheck Protection Program, which was a part of our stimulus program, paid out $38 million alone
$38 million
to dead people.
Dead people,
These were people who were using, live people obviously, who were using dead people's Social Security numbers to collect payments. The COVID-19 Economic Disaster Injury Disaster Loan Fund, another culprit, was involved in sending checks to dead people. The Department of Veterans Affairs, and I'm not blaming them, in many respects it's not their fault. A couple of years ago, a scam artist stole the...
CH said Elon doing the same thing. Doing what? What is he doing? Explain yourself, CH.
Social Security number of a deceased person, deceased veteran, and received about $825,000 in checks from 1997 to 2024. Now, the person committing this fraud was just quietly accepting the checks. Somehow the Department of Veterans Affairs, and for some reason, stopped sending that person the checks. So the fraud...
Let me tell y'all something. I'm a mail carrier. You know how many, when that was happening and PPP, all this money that was, you know how many, and all the EDD that people was applying for all the time? You know how many invalid names that was coming to the addresses and stuff that I was mailing mail to, especially the apartment complexes. I knew everybody, damn near everybody on the route, but it was names and EDD check coming like crazy. We had to bring all that stuff back. Like, it was crazy at that time. And people would say, man, you deliver, you don't think about keeping, man, I'm not, my job is more important than a one-time check or a 2-3 time check. That was only gonna last for a season. I'm trying to retire and you know, build something for myself. If I was a shady mailman, yeah, I probably could have, but I wasn't even thinking about that. But it was a lot of names I'd never seen. I've been on my route for like 13 years, and a lot of them places it was names. And a few times, well, one time somebody broke in my truck. And stole some trays of mail or whatever, but I don't think they really got anything. But yeah, it was crazy at that time. So he wasn't lying. They was sending checks to dead people, or people that didn't even live in where I was delivering mail to. So it was crazy at that time.
Fraudster just picked up the phone and called the Department of Veterans Affairs. He impersonated the dead person and convinced them to start sending the checks again. Again, not necessarily the fault of the Department of Veterans Affairs. The VA didn't know that the Social Security number belonged to a deceased person. Another example, a person in Ohio was able to collect her deceased mother's Veterans Affairs benefits for 48 years. 48 years before she was caught. The truth is, Mr. President, it's sort of like saying, being asked, you didn't go fishing on Saturday. How many fish do you think you didn't catch? We don't know how much money we're sending out every year to dead people. Let me give you an example of how screwed up the data is, Mr. President. This is a strong indicator of what's wrong. The Social Security Administration, if you ask them, will tell you that there are, according to their records, there are 6.5 million Americans living today in America who are 112 years of age or older. They say there are 6.5 million Americans who are at least 112 years old or older. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. President, but I don't know anybody who's 112 years old. And I checked, at any given time, there are about 40 people on an ongoing basis in the world who are fortunate enough to live to be 112. But the data is so screwed up that according to SSA, 6.5 million people are 112 years old. A number of years ago,
tell him Commander Alpha Turkey. I seen that comment. Just fine, Paul. Just fine. Everybody ain't stressing.
7 years ago, I started working with Senator Tom Carper, a fine American, if there ever was one. I started working with Tom on this issue. I went to Social Security, and I said, look, this problem is easily solved. Just share the death master file with other agencies.
Yeah, share the death master file.
And especially share it with the Department of Treasury. I don't want to confuse anyone, but the Department of Treasury has a do not pay list of people who aren't supposed to receive checks for a variety of reasons that other agencies consult. But I said to my friends at Social Security, why don't you just give the death master file to other agencies?
Yeah.
They said we can't.
Why not?
It's illegal. The way we construe our enabling statutes, we don't have the authority.
Crazy.
Well, I said, okay, I'm not going to argue with them. We'll just go pass a law. It was harder than I thought, but we did.
Hell no.
In 2020.
Hell no. Andrew Robb say, your ass, you lying, man. You lying. Andrew Robb. What's going on with you anyway? Andrew Robb said there are just over 1 million people in Montana. How is 6.5 million living? Oh, yeah. My bad. I ain't really said. How is 6.5 million living to 112 old? You ain't none living that damn long. Kyborg 2023 say, Mr. Zach, are you on X? Yeah, but I don't know if it's under Mr. Zach. It might be Papa Z Films. I don't know. Papa Z X. Let me see. Let me go to X real quick. Since we are on live, I can go back to this. Let me see. You know, I like to do this stuff in front of y'all, man. I shouldn't be doing this in front of y'all, but it ain't nothing that I'm on here tripping on. Y'all can see, I do go to X. Let me see what my name is on X. X home. I'll go to my shit profile. It's Papa Z Films right there on X. So y'all want to go follow my X, Papa Z Films. I ain't really post too much on here. Wait a minute. I thought I had another account. I think I got another account too. It might be Mr. Zach Reacts. Let me see. Explore. Yep. It's my other one right here, y'all. I don't know why I ain't signed into that one. Yeah, Mr. Zach Reacts. There it is right here, y'all. So I ain't really been posting too much on here. Got a couple of little videos. But yeah, man, y'all go follow my ex. It's Mr. Zach Reacts. I appreciate y'all if y'all do that too. Maybe I'll start posting a little more on there, and then I can play more unfiltered things, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, exes, they let you get down a little bit. They don't really be stressing you out too much.
Senator Carper and I passed a bill. The bill was called Stopping Improper Payments to Deceased People Act. And it gave the Social Security Administration permission, and indeed directed the Social Security Administration to start sharing its list of dead people with other agencies in the federal government. I don't want to get down in the weeds, but believe it or not, we had people oppose the legislation.
We got Mario. What's going on, Mario? You say, what's going on? What are you reacting to? We are reacting to your comment right now, Mario. Just stay in. Just come on. What's going on with you though? What you doing up? What's up with you? How you feeling?
And many people within the federal government. So in order to get our bill passed, we had to compromise. We had to agree to only implement this requirement that Social Security share the list of dead people with everybody else. We could only get them to agree to do it for 3 years for a trial program. This clock started ticking on our 3-year period in December of 2023. So obviously, 3 years is right upon us, and if we don't make this program permanent.
I got you, Cedric. Cedric YouTube channel, the Minecraft Pro. That's what I gotta do, man. I gotta put it all in my descriptions. Give me a little template and put it all in there. I appreciate you, though.
It's going to expire in 2026. So Senator Carper and I have introduced another bill. It does basically the same thing as the...
I believe I got a Rumble account, too. I want to say that one's probably Papa Z Films. If not, then type in Mr. Zach Reacts. I can't remember. I make accounts, but then again, I'll be like, people be telling me, man, you need to post on Rumble and this and that. But when you used to one certain thing, you run that into the dirt. But I do take the time out to make accounts and stuff, so y'all could check that too. So.
The 2020 bill, but it makes the program permanent. This new bill is called Ending Improper Payments to Deceased People Act. And we need to pass it. There's been a lot of squabbling.
Longhorn Rocket, what's up with it?
Back and forth. I don't want to do anything to step on too many toes to jeopardize my bill, but about how much the states are going to be paid and who's going to pay Social Security for sharing their dead person's list with.
But when I on X, I got a few partners on there that got a lot of subscribers, but they be doing these, what they call them, the X Live, where it's just a chat. I forgot what it's called, but I tap in there sometime. But I'm planning on bringing that over here to YouTube on my channel. Just go on X and let them talk, and I'll respond. Y'all can say y'all comments. I'll let them know that they're on live on YouTube too at the same time, so we can kill 2 birds in 1 stone. So once I start going to that X account, we'll start doing a little bit more content. Okay, appreciate you.
The rest of the government. I think we have a lot of it worked out, but we need to go past this bill. I mean, this makes no sense whatsoever. I can understand if we talk about changing the Medicaid program, for example. What's fair, what's unfair. I can understand debating that, and I can understand reasonable people disagreeing over what changes, if any, we ought to make to the Medicaid program. I get it. I just listened to Senator Sanders once again speak very eloquently about the waste at the Department of Defense. That's something that reasonable people, all of whom agree that we ought to have a strong defense, but reasonable people can disagree over how to achieve that. But my God, you don't have to be Euclid to figure out that this is just fraud. It's abuse. It's low-hanging fruit, and it's so easily solved. All we have to do is direct the Social Security Administration on a permanent basis, not a three-year trial basis, on a permanent basis to start sharing the list of dead people with the Department of Treasury and everybody else in federal government who wants it. And then everybody's on the same page, and we know who's deceased, and we can stop sending the money to dead people who cash the checks. Now, I'm talking about this now, Mr. President. I've talked about it before on the floor. I'm not going to try to pass the bill this year. I'm not. We're running up against the clock, and we have the NDAA. We have a CR to pass, and we've got to keep government open. We've got to renew the flood insurance program, and you know all that, Mr. President. But I'm going to be back. I'm like the Terminator. I will be back.
I'll be back.
As soon as the new Congress is sworn in. Many of my colleagues have said to me, you know, it's time we stop talking about who needs to pay more in taxes and start talking about and asking the question with respect to what the hell happened to the money. And I agree with them.
You know what I'm saying, Commander?
I can't think of an easier place to start. Let's just pass this simple bill. Let's stop sending money to dead people.
Oh,
again,
that's crazy.
We can debate about the wisdom of dead people voting. We all know what happens. But cashing checks, that's a bridge too far.
Way too far.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your time and attention. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
He said, we can debate on everything else, but dead people cashing checks, that's going way too far. Man. What time is it? Y'all, it's 4 in the morning where I'm at. What's going on here, man? We're going to play this. We're going to play this, let me see. I don't go too far back. No. What y'all talking about in the chats, man? It's 7 o'clock, Keck. Where you at? Damn. Locatina, what's going on with you? 7:05 in Michigan. Check out this web project, Pink Network. For sure, PI Network. I'll check it out. We'll check it out. It's crazy, man. It's just crazy how we all living in a time where it's like history being made. You know what I'm saying? We grew up, history was already made, but we are making our own history. Like, this is like once in a lifetime situation for people that's alive right now. We will never go through this again. For the people that's alive. Then it'll be a new generation of new leaders and new conflicts and new everything. But I'm glad right now that I'm watching the changing of the guard politically wise, because I think the Republicans are going to win for the next 15, 20 years. The Democrats need to change everything up, man. Stop going off of race and gender and preference and all this stupid stuff. Get back to the basics. You know what I'm saying? They need to get back to the basics. Jeffrey Lewis say revolution televised. Megan said there are so many people so numb to history that they don't really see how significant this is right now. You know what I'm saying? This is really significant. It's like the age of information is really kicked off. Like the last 12 years it's been information. And it's like things happen and it's right there in your face. Soon as it's happening, you can just, the media just go live, like it's live and it's right there and you can watch it no matter what happens, you know? And that's what I like about right now, because at first it's really hard to hide stuff now. It's really hard. They try, it lasts for a month or two, but then the truth comes out. You know what I'm saying? So now it's getting a little harder to hide that information from us. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody leaking something, somebody saying something. It ain't hard for the information to come out. It's just whether you believe it or not when it does come out, you know? That's all that is. Your thoughts on AI? Shit, I don't give a damn. AI is what it is. It's going, if it take over, it take over. Well, you got to just be talented enough to be able to create your own, whatever, or be able to use AI to your advantage. So it is what it is. AI is a good thing for certain things. You want to write a movie, just type in ChatGPT. Give me a script, an hour-long movie script with 5 characters. They about to rob a bank. One character is the hardhead. The last character is the one who's going to change people. Like all you gotta do is type that stuff in. It's gonna give you a script, everybody, the whole everything. And if you good enough to film that script, shit, you got you a blockbuster movie. It depends on what it is. So AI could be a good thing. I mean, I think it is a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, make you a movie about tell ChatGPT to make you a movie about the Nephilim. Man, that's all y'all gotta do. I always wanted to see this. Let me see. CBN. I don't know if they gonna copyright strike me or what. But this is with Steve Bannon.
They will send you to prison.
It's a interview he did. A lot of you are going to prison. Steve Bannon talks justice, revenge, and Trump 2.0. We're going to just let this play. All right, so I'm gonna keep it honest with y'all though. Like in the chats, I'm gonna be out for a minute. Y'all can stay here and watch it, chat up. I'm gonna check back in every now and then. I got a couple of things I need to do, so I'm gonna just let this video play. With Steve Bannon, if y'all familiar with Steve Bannon, put it in the chats. But this is a video I wanted to watch. I got a couple of things I need to do on my other computer and all that stuff, so I'm gonna be tapping back in with y'all. All right, I appreciate y'all, man. If y'all want to leave, y'all can leave. If not, y'all can stay here, man. I appreciate it. Like I said, I do got it. I can see what y'all saying, and I will be texting in and popping back in. All right.
They will send you to prison, or in Trump's case, and I've warned about this, assassination. So I said, if you're not prepared to go to prison if you're not prepared to sacrifice your life, you're in the wrong line of work. This is all-out political warfare between two sides of the United States that can't stand each other. Each side thinks they think we're barbarians. We think they've destroyed the country. We think they're dangerous. They think that we're beyond dangerous.
In Donald Trump's first...
Wait a minute. He said, what did he say? He said, if you ain't willing to die for this, ain't no need of running, Trump. If you ain't willing to die. Steve Bannon is a disgruntled, real angry man. G, if you want to call it. See this again, man.
They will send you to prison, or in Trump's case, and I've warned about this, assassination. So I said, if you're not prepared to go to prison, if you're not prepared to sacrifice your life, you're in the wrong line of work. This is all-out political warfare between two sides of the United States that can't stand each other. Each side thinks they think we're barbarians. We think they've destroyed the country. We think they're dangerous. They think that we're beyond dangerous.
In Donald Trump's first 2 weeks in office, he began a program of mass deportations, fired top FBI officials, ended DEI across the government, cut billions of dollars in wasteful spending, laid off tens of thousands of government workers, and ended temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens. My name is Stephen Edgington, and joining me to discuss the first few weeks of the second Trump administration is Stephen K. Bannon. Are we witnessing a campaign of revenge?
A campaign of revenge by the president? I think anything but. Remember, his revenge is going to be the new golden age. I think what you're seeing is a very focused deconstruction of the administrative state and take down the deep state. We call it days of thunder here. And folks should understand that President Trump's political comeback started the day he got back to Mar-a-Lago with the war room and the war room posse and this kind of grassroots effort that turned into the precinct strategy and had his back the whole time. That's the political side, which most people think is everything. But the other side was these public intellectuals.
Amy Bradley say, well, yes, he is angry. He's just spent 4 years in prison for his political statements. Man, that's a fact.
America First Party Institute under Brooks Rollins and Stephen Miller. America First Law under Miller. Center for Renewing America under Russ Vought. The infamous Project 2025. But that was to look at verticals of everything we wanted to accomplish, drill deep into policy, and to start to put together teams. Remember, we can hit the deck plates running with 4,000. There's 4,000 people to control a government that is about 10 million employees. That's 2.5 million civilian bureaucrats, 2.5 million military, about 5 million contractors at some sort of executive level. So it's about 10 million that controls a budget of $6.5 trillion a year in assets of, I don't know, 75, 80 trillion. So it's massive, and they've been working for years, and now you're seeing the days of thunder. Every day there's, 5 executive orders, 10 more executive actions, legislation that's started or signed, all types of other activity, everything from freeing hostages to freeing the guys who are down in Venezuela, the people that went down there to try to free the people in Venezuela. So everything across the board. So it's not revenge, it's really setting things right. The American people kind of demanded this, they voted for it, and they're getting it.
What I find incredible is the lack of opposition in the last 2 weeks. What happened to the resistance?
I think you see, I want to make it the analogy kind of the Tory party to the Reform Party. In the established order, they get so lazy because they control the levers of power. They control the financial community, or the financial community. So it's the financial community, the tech community, the corporatist, the universities, pop culture, high culture, media, and they get lazy. I am not shocked. I am surprised at how quickly the ideas are evaporating. What I mean by that, when you say no resistance, let's break it down in pieces. Number one, in the confirmation hearings, and we just had Tulsi and Bobby Kennedy approved, which they said was never going to happen. After we got Pete Hegseth approved, they said it was never going to happen. If you go back and your audience looks at the confirmation hearings, Marco Rubio is laying out the end of the post-war international rules-based order. Pete Heggs is talking about a revolution in military affairs. Russ Vought and really Scott Besson are talking about a new economic model for the United States based on external revenue. Look at this thing, what we call the golden door, the golden market. Huge ideas put out on this Trump revolution, what he calls a revolution of common sense. There's no pushback. There's people going after the personal shortcomings or foibles of these individuals, but there's no pushback, virtually no pushback on the ideas, and ideas have consequences. Then if you look at the resistance in the streets, a lot of this, remember, it's how it's financed. This is why USAID is so important. So we're choking down and cutting off the oxygen because this hasn't really been financed by a lot of private groups. That money's all been slush fund through the government. So when you talk about resistance at every level, they've been shattered. They've been shattered from their financing sources. The media's kind of is just almost like a puppy now because their audience has collapsed. And one of the reasons their audience collapsed, they lied to them the entire time about how they were going to win. So at every level where there would be resistance, there's just been an absolute collapse. On top of that, the Democrats, because as I've been saying for a long time, they're ruled kind of from this octogenarian group. Those people refuse to turn over power. The committee heads, they had a protest yesterday, and the committee heads of the Democrats are all, white guys in their 70s and their 80s that don't even, can't communicate with a young audience. So no, it's been shattered. It will come back as it thinks through, but the resistance to Trump 2.0 has been less than the resistance of the Tories to Nigel Reform Party. And that's kind of hard to believe since it looks like there's been almost no resistance to that. So you are where you are. And I think my theory of the case of flood the zone and give them all pedal, no brake. It's just attack, 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 keep driving it, flood the zone, overwhelm them. It gets to be a psychological thing. They don't even know what to choose and picking. You see it by the coverage. They're overwhelmed. They don't know where to turn. They don't have the normal levers of power they could grab. And so they're kind of adrift.
Who do you think should be on the top target list of the Trump DOJ?
Well, first, I think we have to go back. I'm a huge advocate that radical transparency and declassification is our best friend. I think just in the Trump era, we have to go back to the beginning. And I'm a very strong advocate that DOJ can handle this because they got so much going on. To really make sure that we never go through another period of weaponization, I think a special prosecutor overall has to do it. And the special prosecutor then goes back to even before Trump was president. You go back to Crossfire Hurricane. You go back to Cambridge. You go back to MI6 involvement. You go back to the Five Eyes involvement in all this. You're going to have to go in some places that people don't want to go, but it has to happen. We have to find out about the intelligence community overall. You have to go back to the Russia hoax, all of that. You have to go back to then the stolen election. You have to go back to J6 to get to the bottom of that. And then the vast criminal conspiracy against President Trump to indict him 92 times on charges that just on the Jack Smith stuff alone would be 300 years in a federal prison because they wanted him to die in federal prison. The reason they were so over the top, your audience should miss the point, they never thought we would be back. They thought we were finished. We can put Bannon in prison, Navarro in prison, we can prison Trump. They're finished. It was the exact opposite. And that's one of the reasons that they're so shocked and so not organized in the resistance. They just got lazy, right? And didn't work the big muscles, didn't do the reps you need, like in sports, to be on top of things. In addition to all that happening, I think further investigations have to go on the pandemic. Further investigations have to go of how we had this, of the invasion of our country, very organized, who paid for it, who did it. So to me, there's a massive series of investigations we have to have so the American people can fully understand how the apparatus came about, how it's weaponized, and then how is it used against the American people and everything like the pandemic to things like the invasion of our country. So I think these are massive investigations. If I felt confident that Congress could do it in an organized way with public hearings, I would be the first to advocate that, and maybe it's dual track. But I believe you have to have a grand jury, you have to have high levels of evidence, and all this has to be made public. But I think this goes on for years, and to me, it's one of the most important things we could do. It has to happen, or we're not going to have a country. Just us winning and changing fundamentally things, the Ministry of State will not, you have to go, the cancer is in the body, it's metastasizing. Now we're here stopping it on the administrative state, on the deep state, but you got to go back to the source of the disease and really not just cut it out, but actually understand and study it of how it happened and who's responsible. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that go to prison. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to go to prison for many, many years.
Cut the head off the snake, the body going to drop, man. Everybody's going to the same place. Lord.
Just before Biden left office, he
going to the Lord.
Issued a series of pardons to his allies, preemptive pardons and so on. Do you think that those should still apply? Is there any way of getting around those pardons?
It's a quite fascinating topic. I believe Biden waited too long because he's trying to be cute and don't want to too wit. The people were walking into the Capitol for the inauguration, and at noon is when you traditionally take the oath around noon. So officially the term ends at noon on the 20th. People were walking in at close to 11 o'clock, and they're announcing pardons. This is how ashamed they were of the pardons for the family, etc. I find it ironic, since I went to a federal prison, and I didn't go to a camp. I went to a prison. I went to a cell block and a cell in a 800-man prison that has 1,200 prisoners because of overcrowding. The people that put me there are who thought I would never return and never come back. Nancy Pelosi has kind of been kicked to the curb because all the older Democrats are looked at as feckless. But the J6 committee went begging for pardons. This is unheard of. They approached the White House and put huge pressure on Biden to give them preemptive blanket pardons, which we don't even know is legal. It's never happened in the United States except one technical time on Nixon. And Nixon really had a House Judiciary Committee that was about to issue criminal indictments on him. So it wasn't like he didn't, they had a process that went on for over a year. Nixon knew specifically what he was going to be charged with when this happened, or relevant thing. So it wasn't a blanket preemptive pardon. It was kind of done to make sure he had a deal. They guaranteed it to him so he'd get out of the White House and they could go on with their life. This is totally different. The people that put me in prison for a misdemeanor for 4 months, which also people understand, in a federal prison, the prison I was in is over 100 years old, has never had a misdemeanor. One of the wardens and one of the guys there told me one time they couldn't find.
Ben, what you say, Ben? Hold on, let you see me. Ben Keehe, I think that's what your name was. Let me find it. Oh, be kind. Be kind. Say, I thought this was a really good interview. I always thought Bannon was on the left listening to MS. Nope. After they put him in jail, you know what I'm saying? He was like, wait a minute. I'm going to start telling the truth. He was like, what the hell? Y'all going to put me in jail? Okay. Wait till I get out.
And a misdemeanor in the federal system. Our prisons are so overcrowded, they don't even have room for the felons. So those people, Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson, the people that went after Trump and gave criminal referrals on Trump that Jack Smith then lined up for 300 years in prison, crimes for 300 years in prison on Trump, and sent Peter Navarro to prison and sent 1,000 J6 people to prison. These people then went begging for a pardon for what they had done. I'm going, whoa, what they done can't stand up underneath scrutiny. So number one, I think technically, and I've been a big advocate of this, that the Justice Department should not effectuate any of those, or we've got to go another route because we are going to hold these people accountable. This is going to be a massive part of the investigation of the vast criminal conspiracy, not just against President Trump and not just the people but what actually went on. I have no time and no burning place in my heart for revenge. What I have is that this can never happen again. Fortunately, I happen to be a tough enough Mick that I could get through it 70 years old, 4 months in prison, which is not easy. These prisons are quite dangerous because of the drugs, okay, and the violence that comes from the drugs. It's really for the J6 people and others and people that don't have my financial resources or kind of, cussedness, that they have to be protected. We can never allow this to happen again. I know so many people are saying if they went to prison, they'd be shattered for what they had to have. The J6 people were so arrogant, so cocky in Justice Department because they never thought Trump's people were coming back, and now they're petrified. And I hear that Jack Smith's team is quite upset that they didn't get pardons. I will just tell them, lawyer up. You might want to check countries that don't have treaties with the United States, right? You might want to look at living the rest of your life there, because investigations are going to happen. We cannot, and President Trump has no time for this. He's doing his thing, but there are people around him. And you can already see with the people going to the Justice Department, Emil Bovee has just been a superstar of the last 3. He's the number 3 guy. The people around President Trump that Boris Epstein put in there are extraordinary. So folks in England should understand, we're going to have things like this going to happen every day, but there's going to be a massive investigation side that's not driven by Trump, but driven by other people, so we can make sure that this never happens again in our republic.
Are you satisfied that you're not going to go to prison again? Because I know there was a case in New York against you. Obviously, you're not protected.
No, I don't think I will go to. It's a totally trumped up charge. When I built the wall, it went from saying, "Oh, he stole $22 million," and they did it from all people in Manhattan. They just in a court filing or in court a month ago, they said it's about $50,000 that I gave to the veteran that had no legs on money that they were paying me to do all the organizational effort I did around the wall. So no, I'm very confident that I won't go to jail again. But you know what? It's an Alvin Bragg. We now know that U.S. aid money went to back Soros to back this. These are all rigged. It's the same situation that gave President Trump, found him guilty of 34 felonies. So you can't get a fair trial. You know that. And they would put President Trump in. If he had not won on November 5th, your audience should understand, President Trump would have been in, they would have tried to put him in prison for a decade just in New York City. So this is dangerous. It's so rigged. And we're seeing people now start to reject it. But no, I feel highly confident that won't happen. But I tell people, don't think this is, unless we take this out root and branch now, this could always come up in the future. And I tell people when they first come in, they want to be in leadership roles. I said, listen, you got to do a deep you got to do a deep check here, because we're going up against the established order that controls the most powerful nation in the history of the earth. They will send you to prison, or in Trump's case, and I've warned about this, assassination. So I said, if you're not prepared to go to prison, if you're not prepared to sacrifice your life, you're in the wrong line of work. This is all-out political warfare between two sides of the United States that can't stand each other. Each side thinks we're barbarians. We think they've destroyed the country. We think they're dangerous. They think that we're beyond dangerous. There's no love lost here between others. And look what they did to President Trump. And now that we're in charge, we owe it to this country. And here's what I tell people. Just get the facts out. What helps us, every time there's more facts that come out, because now, look what's happening. Ratcliffe gets to the CIA, and in 2 days, first day, well, guess what? The CIA actually did agree. He released, the CIA did agree that the virus came from the Wuhan lab. What did War Room say on, I don't remember, January 20th of 2020? We came out, we were taken off all platforms. We were deplatformed because this is conspiracy theory. Now we know the CIA had information. The next day, Ratcliffe leaked out that, hey, the Chinese Communist Party, since the PLA controlled the lab, maybe either inadvertently leaked on their watch, or they might have even released it on purpose. So my point is, I want to declassify 5 million documents right now. I want to have radical transparency in all of these court hearings, including, we're a huge believer that General Milley must be recalled to active duty. He must go before a military tribunal under the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is different than civilian law here. General Milley has to be tried for treason, because I believe he's guilty of treason, but that has to be done in a fair and equitable way. But I think that has to be done now. And so you're going to see people around President Trump and people in the MAGA movement that have these platforms that are quite powerful, really putting pressure on that we got to drive this one and continue to do it. And people should understand, I'm a huge advocate of releasing documentation of what MI6 and the CIA have been doing for years. The British people are not paying, didn't know they were paying for this. The American people didn't know they were paying for this. This is not acceptable.
Appreciate you, BR. Thanks for tapping in. Check me out later. All right.
It's very much like when the Church Commission came up in the 70s, because the CIA, we had no House Intelligence Committee, we had no Senate Intelligence Committee, the CIA had been out of control. We found out in that all the involvement they had in assassinations in sub-Saharan, in Africa and in Latin America, and they didn't even want to touch their involvement in assassinations here in the United States of either Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy or Jack Kennedy and or others, right? Their involvement. And so I believe in massive declassification and massive radical transparency.
Now, let me put the Democrats' view of the first 2 weeks to you, and I want you to react. So this was in the New York Times. Senator Tim Kaine, describing Trump's first 2 weeks, said it reminded him of his time when he lived in Honduras during a military dictatorship in the 1980s. He said it's like watching Putin or Berlusconi, which is a bit of an odd comparison to the Italian Prime Minister. They also say that, you know, Elon Musk has far too much power. He's a billionaire who has lots of government contracts, has conflicts of interest. They also say that President Trump is abusing his executive power and he should be going through Congress for doing all sorts of things that he's doing using executive orders and so on. So are we seeing Trump the dictator? Is this an abuse of power?
Ideas have consequences. The ideas of our revolutionary generation and our framers had big consequences for your audience. Remember, we were one of the founding elements with India of what was going to be a superpower empire, and our revolutionary generation specifically opted out because they saw what a landed aristocracy or what an oligarchy could contaminate commons, right? What they felt commons was crooked, and also give monopolistic power to, like, the British East India Company. And our revolutionary generation, who, remember, would have financially benefited because they were lawyers and real estate speculators and merchants. Some might call them freebooters.
Tax dodgers.
Well, because they had a definition of, they had difference of opinion of external revenues versus their money. But those ideas had massive consequences that eventually led to a break, in a military break, that we had to win our freedom on a battlefield after 8 years. Here you're seeing, and I want to make sure your audience understands this. There is, as President Trump was in these years of what I call the lion in winter, and what the Republican establishment would make sure, they would go to Mar-a-Lago to make sure the lion was in the cage. We were sitting there going, hey, we're working every day on the political side at the grassroots level, and also helping guide these institutions that are doing the hard work of policy and building teams and networks to make sure that when he returns, because he's thought this through a lot, that we have muzzle velocity to drive this through and accomplish what we want to accomplish that we authoritative to in the first time. One of these is a big idea. It's called the unitary theory of the executive. Now, before Dick Cheney got into things with Congress and what President Trump thinks is quite different. And this is where you see Russ Vought and Mike Davis and Mark Paoletta and others that are some of the lawyers and the constitutional lawyers involved in this. The unitary theory says by our Constitution, the president has three roles as defined. Number one, he's the chief executive officer of the U.S. government. Number two, he's the commander-in-chief of the uniformed services, the military. And the third, which I never want to talk about, he's the chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer of the government. Now, since Watergate, and Watergate was really a legal coup against Nixon, not so much CIA was involved, other people were involved, the Woodward and Bernstein, the media, but it was really Judge Sirica, a federal judge, working with lawyers on the House Impeachment Committee, also working with lawyers in the DOJ that we now know did much of what they've been trying to do with President Trump. And so they hate the fact that the Justice Department, the FBI, has been hermetically sealed, and these progressive left globalists have run it at detriment to any Republican administration. And although most Republican administrations didn't go hard at all, they would be batted back immediately. And even President Trump, we were thwarted in year one. So in the unified theory, as chief executive, he's sitting there saying, hey, they give me pretty open field running in the Constitution about my Article 2 powers, to wit, and what Keynes talking about a lot is about the money that gets allocated or appropriated is a law. But for instance, if there's $300 billion in a green, he calls it a green new scam that's still there and a law has been passed, and he thinks that they can show that it hasn't been used properly or it's unspent, he believes that the The Constitution says the appropriation is a ceiling, and he has the ability to go back and redirect it. He also thinks he has the ability with Elon Musk as an outside advisor when they highlight something like USAID and say this is really a CIA cutout. It's the money's supposed to be for development, helping people, philanthropy. We actually know it's a CIA cutout, and it's been funding, as we showed on War Room, it's been funding the invasion through the NGOs, the invasion on the southern border. Oh, by the way, it's also been funding all types of media suppression and online suppression to suppress the MAGA movement and President Trump's followers in the United States, including deplatforming people like my show. Then he feels that he can say, hey, I'm going to zero this out and Congress has got to catch up with me. On the military side, he feels, hey, I can send Pete Hegseth to the border, my Secretary of Defense, to the border with 1,500 troops to protect the national security, right? And I can do that, and I will do it. He also says, hey, I can recall Milley back to uniform and have him put on trial for treason. On the other side, he's saying, hey, the FBI, I can redo the FBI, I can restructure the Justice Department, and you're not going to stop me, right? Because I am the chief executive, I'm president of the United States. This is why Kane and these elite globalists are in shock. I mean, your first question about they're not ready, this is kind of their bleeding right now. They're writing op-eds in the Wall Street Journal. They're writing op-eds in the New York Times. I got a news flash for them. Op-eds in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal are not going to hack it. If that's what you're going to bring, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight, okay? Because this is a confrontation. This is what I'm saying, Days of Thunder. President Trump is, over this whole vertical, is hitting them every day with 10, 15, 20 executive actions and executive orders. I feel we have the best handle on it. And I tell guys, there's a dozen things we can't even cover today because we got to focus on the 3 or 4 most major ones. So this is a direct confrontation. Heads up to folks in England. If you are to ever take your country back, your first step was Brexit. But if you're ever to take your country back because you saw what the established order, because I sat with Theresa May's in this crowd when they came over, they saw Brexit as a problem and they didn't want to deal with it. You then saw Boris Johnson, that his idea was to have it as Singapore and the Thames, right? Was to basically do a deal with like the oligarchs in the city of London and the tech oligarchs in Cambridge and have the same problem on a smaller scale of the United States. When the Reform Party and others come together, when you go after to actually try to take the apparatus apart and try to have it respond to the British people, you're going to have, it's going to be a smaller scale, but it'll be just as intense. Your day's coming. Either that or you'll never get your freedom back. And you're seeing right here, it's going to get ugly. And I can understand why Kane and those guys think it is an authoritarian thing. My point is, you're taking us to court. You're using the court systems. You can't pass legislation because you're not in the majority thing, but you can still get up there and use the bully pulpit. You still have all the media, although they've been kind of shattered by new media and the podcast, right? And the things like the GB Newses of the world. You've been shattered by that, but you still have all those tools. If you have an argument that people believe, and this is my point to our side, radical transparency. The more information you put out, the American people go, I didn't know that. I'm paying for that. This is why we're $2 trillion. Radical transparency, radical declassification of these documents never should be classified because it's classified to make sure the globalists and the elitists can do it. So Tim Kaine's going to have many more bad days in front of him. They've already suing us everywhere from the deportations to every step President Trump does. They're trying to stop it. We're powering through it. And here's what's so great is President Trump is so kowtowed. The Republican establishment's kowtowing to them. And so that now you're seeing him as a man in full. He is full on and everything's a jackhammer and there's no resistance on our side, which it traditionally was. To wit, some of the guys on the internet have been saying, hey, House Freedom Caucus, the feckless nature of the limited government conservatives, House Freedom Caucus, they went after USAID for 10 years and never got anything. I said, guys, Eli Crane, Matt Gaetz, these guys would say in the middle of the night in these heated debates with the appropriations committees, and we would do it, we would cover it live, and we'd have thousands of people watching it. They put the case for it that we're putting today that Elon Musk is using to say this has to be shut down. And the Republicans, it wouldn't even get to the vote of the Democrats. The Republican establishment by 2/3, 1/3 would say, no, we're going to do it. The controlled opposition, just like the Tories, would go along to get along. That is changing. President Trump has them so shocked that right now they're totally quiet and letting President Trump do what he has to do.
There's a famous clip of you describing conservatives in a very rude way, using very rude words.
It's not rude. It
begins with P, but we won't.
No, it's pusillanimous. Listen, for your audience, you guys know this in England. Your country didn't get all screwed up because the Conservatives were in power for 12 years. Good God, you had the Tories. Look what happened. Look on immigration. Look at all the money you put in Ukraine. Everything that could have been done, particularly after Brexit, to basically make Britain great again, to make the United Kingdom great, to reinvest money, to make sure that right now, because financially, economically, outside of kind of the city of London and greater London, because it is a little bit of
shout out to the chats, man. Y'all are there chatting and doing y'all thing, man. I appreciate all that. Chat it up. Teach each other something. Let's go.
Thames on the Thames at Singapore and the Thames. The rest of the hinterland's kind of a third world country. You look at economics, it's not right. You could have redone that. You had conservative government, and this is why I say it's not Republicans or Democrats. It's not Tories or Labor. It's not conservatives or liberals or progressives. Those are all old, that misdirected. It is populist nationalists that believe in the citizens of the country and the country itself. And what they must focus on is what's best for the country and what's best for the citizens of the country. Or you have these elite globalists. And they're saying you have nothing more than a hammered down version in your country and if you don't thwart that, and toss it. And I said conservatives in our country are pussies. They've gone along for this forever. We didn't get in this situation. They were controlled opposition. Remember, since Nixon's time or since Lyndon Johnson, we've controlled the White House more times. We've controlled the legislation more times. How did we get to $36 trillion in debt? How did we get to $2 trillion deficits every year? How did we end up spending trillions of dollars in Afghanistan and Iraq? It just wasn't all progressive Democrats. The quote-unquote Republican Party, the established order, had most to do with this.
Well, Reagan famously gave amnesty to illegal migrants, and I think you could very much criticize him and Nixon as well for not reversing the LBJ.
Let's he's a perfect example that you bring this up. The two things that happened for Reagan, I want to be specific about this, on Middle East wars and immigration. He was sold a whole package that everything that was going to be done and we would never have this problem again in the late 1980s by Ted Kennedy and guys in his own party. There will be absolute border security. The border will be secured. This will never happen again. It was terrible it happened. And if you do this, and it's like 3 million people overall, this will never happen again. They lied to him. What they did is the amnesty first, and they never did the enforcement. This shows you the capitalist and the political class they want to invade everywhere and invite everybody in. For the capitalist, right, the business community in Wall Street, of course they want as much illegal aliens as possible. It drives down wages among unskilled workers. This is why all of our visa programs are all phony. We have no really legitimate immigration in this country. It's all a con to get cheap labor in here to compete against American citizens. President Reagan, and I think he said later he would have never done the deal. The people around him said, hey, you got hoodwinked, and he wasn't happy about it because they were committed people on the Republican side of the system were done. They never enforced anything. Also, about involvement in Mideast wars, remember, the Tehran or the Persians gave over our hostages, which is a young naval officer in the workup. I had been in the Persian Gulf, in the North Arabian Sea, in the carrier battle groups, preparing for the Carter invasion, right? I wasn't there when the invasion took place, but the invasion was a debacle. And as a young naval officer in the training, I could tell you it was not going to turn out well because the plan itself was kind of half-baked. You never saw Reagan press that after those hostages came home. And when he was talked into putting troops into Beirut, they got blown up in the biggest terrorist attack we'd had till 9/11, the Beirut massacre. And he told Capricorn, get him out of here. I'm focused on the evil empire. I got to stay focused on the evil empire. So it shows you the apparatus, and particularly the Bush faction that was in, the globalist faction that was in and poisoned, particularly the latter years of President Reagan, about how insidious they are and what they will do once they get their control of power.
You talk about the globalists, and I want to mention a few people who might be viewed as globalists to some. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, even Elon Musk, who is very much in favor of H-1B visas, bringing in.
He's trying to convince me. He's trying to convince me as a populist nationalist. I said,
right. Well, I'm saying to you that perhaps they're not, right? So
first, okay, stop.
So why are they surrounded? Why is President Trump surrounded himself with people who are globalists?
If you saw the, and I realize now why he did it inside. Yes, it was cold, but it was beautifully shot. It had TV lighting, and it was like he wanted to recreate the deck of the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Harbor in 1945 with MacArthur there and Admiral Nimitz taking the surrender of the Imperial High Command. Those were the Broligarchs that essentially come to sign a surrender document. Okay, they had opposed President Trump in the first term in 16 campaign. In the first term, they fought a separate way. All of these, except for Elon, and I'll get to that in a second. Every one of these guys that was on display, it was like a display case. Right? It was like Teddy Roosevelt would go big game hunting and have like a water buffalo from the Amazon. He had them right there front and center. He wanted the whole world to see it. He wanted the whole world to see that they're supplicants of Trump who they try to defeat. We'll talk about their influence over time, but that was number one. I beat these guys. They're here kissing my ass. They're coming to Mar-a-Lago with their little $1 million checks and all this stuff. They want to be best friends. For your audience, their Damascene moment was about 11 o'clock on the evening, Eastern Standard Time, on the evening of 5 November when Pennsylvania went. When Pennsylvania went and Trump won the presidency, all these guys were on the road to Damascus. They all realized they really weren't progressive Democrats that were in partnership to suppress the MAGA movement and suppress either debank it, deplatform it, you figure it out. They were actually populist nationalists. They had the revelation, and they couldn't wait to get to Mar-a-Lago. The key thing, and this is how good President Trump is, psychologically, he's playing at a different level than everybody else. When he had Zuckerberg come down, because Zuckerberg's the most afraid because he sees Bannon on the show every day. He's a criminal. We got to try him. Zuckerberg goes down. It's a whole new look. He's broed out. He's cut. He's in a T-shirt. He's got this like wig on his weird hair. It's not the weird nerd you saw before. He's like a weirder UFC nerd. He puts a UFC guy on his board. He's broing out going these fights. He's trying to be like a guy, right? It's still Zuckerberg, the nerd, but he's trying to be a guy. He goes down and gives the check. Trump does what Trump does best. He lets the guy go out and says, hey, Trump invited me to the inauguration, and I'm going. Once that hit, there was a floodgate. You saw every corporate CEO and all these tech bros. They said, I better get to Mar-a-Lago and pay homage, right, and try to get to the inauguration. President Trump played it particularly. But these people are all progressive Democrats. They're all globalists. They're all oligarchs, and they're feudalists because they don't really believe in the democratic process, okay? These guys are all the wealthiest guys in the world. They're quite dangerous, and I think it's all got to be broken up by, I'm a neo-Brandeisian when it comes to antitrust here, that I'm not as worried about consumer prices and that, which is obviously a concern. I'm concerned about concentrations of power. Particularly concentration of power where you combine private power with governmental power. I think that's really...
Isn't that Elon Musk, private power and government power? And that's the concerns that people have raised.
I think in Musk's case, it's quite... Listen, I've been the biggest critic of Elon Musk, but I've also been his biggest supporter. And I know people don't see the support side. Number one, and this is his engineering mind at work, because he is an engineer. In my interactions with him, he doesn't think like other people. He comes at everything in a mathematical and engineering. He came up and backed our play. And folks got to understand, and this is very important in British politics, is that the pressure around Trump is always to moderate. The pressure on Trump is not to be the savage. The pressure on Trump is not to be like we like him, right? Don't give two Fs, let's just roll, because that's what the people want. And it's always this thing, the biggest thing they try getting to moderate on is to go after the mythic suburban woman. If you just tone it down, there's a whole group of mythic suburban women out there that are going to come your way. And I say that's ridiculous. We have the MAHA, the Make America Healthy Again moms, but they're the cutting edge of a new political movement. That's not the traditional suburban mom. Elon Musk understood that this theory of the case, that you had this MAGA movement and this election would be a MAGA plus. That you had the MAGA base that had President Trump's back, plus you had low information, low propensity voters that were out there in the hinterland, but you got to go dig those out, and they will vote for Trump. And the other plus was that you had You had a little bit of these tech bros that could come along, right? They don't bring a lot of votes, but it's a lot of media attention. And you had the Make America Healthy Again mothers. Those mothers that have been awakened or red-pilled, mainly Obama voters, that have been red-pilled during the pandemic and now are at the cutting edge of this kind of, anti-Department of Health, anti-Fauci group that we could get. He backed that play. And how did he back that play? He put $250 million cash money in 5 months. When people talk about the United States and about the amount of billionaires putting in money, always remember, when you talk about the Adelsons putting 100 million, or some people put 100 million, that's normally over a cycle. That's a 4-year cycle. Elon Musk wrote $250 million worth of checks in 5 months to back the ground game, not fancy commercials, but really the ground game. All that professional layer you had to put in on the self-organizing effort, plus the data. And it's what I think, no doubt, was a massive part of the, not just taking the presidency, but also holding the House and taking the Senate, and particularly piercing the blue wall. And Elon, when he went on stage all the time, was also all the time talking about the precinct strategy, talking about canvassing, talking about get out the vote, talking about those nuts and bolt things about how Trump wins. Number two, I've been kind of the father of this concept of deconstruction of the administrative state. I came up in 2017 and said, we have to take out this bureaucracy. Later, I saw how the deep state part of it tried to destroy Trump, and I said, this thing's got to go. Doge coming in is kind of what you need. We have an official government part of that, the Office of Management and Budget, but they're kind of limited in their impact of what someone like Elon can bring, plus the engineering expertise, and that's what he's done. What he's done so far, he's doing a line diagram on literally the U.S. government, which surprisingly, it's quite complicated to know how it works. His whole memo from OMB, the OMB memo, was to find out where in this vast system the cash is. And we know there's $5 trillion going out. And now we realize it's in every House district, it's Meals on Wheels, it's Head Start, it's after school programs, it's Medicaid, it's everywhere. His second part, and this is where it got even more controversial, is he said, hey, that's where the money is. I have to be where the checks are written, where it comes from a authorization of Congress to actually Treasury sending the cash into your account. That's what, over the weekend, he's basically got a team in there. Now, Scott Bess, I know very well, saying they have read-only ability. They don't have the ability to really stop checks. They don't have the ability to actually redo checks. But he's adding benefit to the fact of USAID, which is so controversial. It's $50 billion a year. So it's huge in the grand scheme of cutting a deficit. It's not going to solve our problem. But he identified that, and he worked with people to actually shut it down and freeze and make sure nobody could get into the building until they figure it out. So President Trump has this authorization in the Constitution. If the Democrats don't think so, go to court. They've already gone to court, and we'll see how these lawsuits play out. And Elon is an advisor and a consultant. I agree that there's going to be issues about data. There's going to be issues about personal information that has to be hermetically sealed by the department in charge, whether it's vested in Treasury, whether it's rush vote over at OMB. I'm sure those things are being done. President Trump's obviously very concerned about that too. President Trump just came out and said, hey, the guy does what I want him to do. And if he comes to an idea I don't like, I don't do it. So I'm in charge, right? He just said this on the tarmac yesterday. He said it in another, I think, interview last night. He says, I'm in charge. This guy's not co-president. He's an advisor. He's doing good work. And where I don't think it's good, I won't let him do it. So in that case, and remember, I have big issues with Elon Musk.
I was going to ask, just very, very quickly, just to clarify, do you think he is a globalist or not?
Oh, he's definitely a globalist, no doubt. There's no doubt he's a globalist.
So he's trying to persuade you otherwise, you said?
I think that if you see on his profile on Twitter, I think he's trying to, and look.
He's retweeting you a lot, I see.
He put a segment up we had with Michael Benz last night, because when somebody's doing something positive, I'm the first to give him credit. Like I said, I gave Elon credit for those first two things when other people wouldn't. I'm the first one that went out there and said, hey, this guy's added a lot of value. I'm also the one, given all my work, the third element, all my work in Europe, and particularly with Brexit, with Nigel Farage, I was the first one to say, hey, Elon, particularly Alternative for Deutschland, and I adamantly opposed what he said about Nigel because it's not true. I think Nigel's true. But, even Nigel and I'm a huge supporter of Tommy Robinson. And I've gotten a lot of grief. We, with Raheem Kassam and really at Breitbart, we drove that story for years. It was Breitbart, and Nigel's very upfront. That's not for me. I don't think that's a way for us to basically take over the Tory party. He has a different view of it. He's clearly the leader. We're just media guys. I've committed to go to Tommy when he gets out. I've always been close to Tommy. Raheem's put on tributes and rallies for Tommy. Tommy's got some rough edges, right? No doubt about it. But the fight that he had at its core was to tell a truth that we had to face, particularly about certain elements of radical Islam and certain elements about Islamic society that just can't be tamped down. He did it. Now, what I didn't like is Elon, to get away from the conversation he was losing here on HB1 visas and people saying, hey, I thought you were a nationalist, now I see you're a globalist. He went there and tried to blow up Nigel. But my guidance to Europe is the following. This guy has the two tactical nuclear weapons of modern politics. He has unlimited money. And when I say unlimited money, he is a guy that could write a $250 million check in 5 months and it doesn't affect his lifestyle. Okay? I don't know of anybody else in the world that could do that. Number two, he has a powerful social media platform and he can bind what he binds and he can loose what he looses. He can put you up and make you a rock star, or he can bury you in the basement, because he's not a free speech absolutist at all. He can bury you in the basement, never to be seen again. There's not a centrist or center-left government in all the continent that could withstand the onslaught of an Elon Musk that backed a populist party. And I think you're going to see, we're going to have a first test with Alternative for Deutschland. I think you're going to see it, but the people in the United Kingdom and people in the continent ought to know that I believe this guy's going to be in your life and you're going to have to deal with it. Now here, we're having a big fight with him about this. It's not just about H-1B visas. It's about the central beating heart of the economic model of the apartheid state of Silicon Valley, which is American labor is too expensive, right? American labor is not compliant. They got an attitude because they're Americans, right? And they're citizens. So we want labor, particularly in algorithmic companies, which most of these are, labor's the whole cost. So we want labor that costs 50% less, and we want labor that's totally compliant to these outrageous demands we make of the length of time they work and what they have to do. And the way they do that is by importing not more skilled labor. That's the lie. It's not even as skilled. Lower skilled tech workers that come in and undercut the American labor, and they do this across the board. This is not about bringing this is not bringing Einsteins in. We have a program to bring Einsteins in. We brought in 1,200 German rocket scientists post-war up into the Mercury program, of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of engineers that were working in those programs, and we brought 1,200. There's room in the United States to bring in the best if you have to bring, although I disagree with that. I think that makes us an imperial power. I want the best to go back to their homes and make their own countries get great again, and we will work with them on that. But even in the regard that you have to have the Einsteins, there's ways to do it and cut out all these scams on the visa situation.
Well, I'm sure Elon would support the rocket scientists. I want to ask one more question about the US, or a couple more questions about the US, then we'll move on to Britain. So Vivek tweeted over Christmas, Vivek Ramaswamy, for far too long, at least since the 1990s and probably longer, our American culture has valued mediocrity over excellence. The best engineers will not be produced by a culture that favours the jock over the valedictorian or the prom queen over the math Olympiad champion. What's happened to Vivek? Was he right about American culture?
He went into the witness protection program after that. I don't believe he tweeted for 30 days after that. It went radio silent. Look, it's incredibly offensive. We pride ourselves to be the country of the right stuff, that kind of undefinable grit, determination, courage that gets things done. We're not a mediocre culture or society. We've gone through some speed bumps because of the woke nature of what happened and kind of these globalists trying to suppress really the backbone of the country, of every ethnicity and race we've got, this kind of grit and determination of the American working man and woman. I think Vivek exposed himself for a lot of what he really believes. It was not well received among MAGA, and he went into kind of the witness protection program. He got terminated at Doge. I think also for other reasons besides that. I think there was some, Elon's not looking for a co-star. And since he's not co-president, that's his deal. He's not looking for a co-star. And I think Elon's got his own way once he wants to run things. But Vivek is now announced he's going to run for governor, or very close, I think, to announcing for governor of Ohio. So we'll see how that turns out.
You mentioned Marco Rubio's comment about the end of the post-war international order. This is something that I know that you've been talking about for many, many years. Do you think we're witnessing a circulation of elites? Are we witnessing the replacement of the so-called globalist elites who have ran the United States, ever since the end of the Second World War, with more nationalist elites?
We would hope so. I mean, clearly, if we took the beach in 16, and since they stole it, we kind of held a bridgehead. Now we've got a second wave that's come up in, and now we're driving towards Berlin. We're breaking out of the hedgerows of Normandy and driving across the plains of France to take Paris and then eventually get to the Rhine and take Berlin. What do I mean by that? I mean that you're seeing populist nationalists with confidence. President Trump is owning these decisions. I mean, he's larger than life right now, because the Democrats are in such disarray, and he keeps driving decisions every day. There's executive orders on the economy, on tariffs, on immigration, on deportations, on virtually every vertical we have that thinks has to be turned around. You're seeing populist nationalist policies come in with people. What's fundamentally so important, and I hope your audience doesn't miss the point, is you're seeing a geoeconomic and geostrategic not reimagining, a kind of a massive pivot in the United States. When we say the end of the post-war rules-based order, that means we don't want to be an empire anymore. President Trump is doing pretty obviously a hemispheric defense, whether that is sending Marco Rubio on his first trip. He didn't go to London. He didn't go to Brussels. He didn't go to Asia. He went to the Panama Canal to tell these guys, hey, we need you to step out here and say, one belt, one road's over, essentially kicking the Chinese out. We're taking our canal back. The canal all the way to Greenland is the Mahanian strategy that the old British Empire had of, here it's going to be hemispheric defense. We're going to make sure the Chinese and Russian Navy can't connect in the Caribbean. We're going to make sure in some sort of partnership with an independent Greenland that we're going to have I think a base there, a big nuclear submarine base, so we don't have to depend upon Cregan in Scotland. And that is going to guarantee that we control the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. And so Soviet submarines, fast attack and boomer, just can't come down from Murmansk or Archangel and come down and just get off the waters of the United States. We're also going to make sure in that we're positioned for the new great game of the 21st century. Britain and Russia fought the great game for 100 years in Afghanistan and Persia about war mortar for the Russian Empire and for the defense of India, British India. The Arctic's the new great game, and it's a great power struggle. You've got the Chinese Communist Party's already up there, the KGB and the Russians already up there, the United States is going to be up there, and I think with Canada as a partner, but based off of Greenland. So you're seeing a Monroe Doctrine to look at our hemispheric defense. He's even talking about putting in some sort of iron dome that might secure it. Now, the technology of that and the cost of it still be determined. But if you look at that, coupled with trade and how he's looking at our market as a premium market, he's sending a very strong signal that the years of us spending hundreds of billions of dollars around the rim of the Eurasian landmass may be over. We will pick and choose those things we get involved with, right? And I think that's a very strong signal. One of the big signals, and this comes with the Ukraine and the coming negotiations, I think he's telling NATO and the countries of the continent and the United Kingdom, the Russian army is kind of your problem. We're a naval power, and the Russian Navy is our problem, and we're going to bottle it up in the Arctic, or if it's not bottled up, we'll track it, submarine to submarine. So we feel confident we got it. Russian army in that part of the Eurasian landmass, near Kursk and Stalingrad, is we would strongly recommend. It's not an English problem, but Boris Johnson, you guys have at it, but it's not an American problem. It's not in the vital national. Those issues are not in the vital national security interests of the United States. I think it's a very strong signal, and I hope people in the powers that be in London are paying attention, because we can't afford it anymore. Remember, we're trying to work through a financial crisis here where we have $2 trillion of deficit. We have to borrow $2 trillion a year just to make it, and we got to stop that.
This doesn't look like isolationism. This looks like something else. And it's interesting, in his inaugural address, he talked about manifest destiny. Do you believe that if America isn't expanding, it's declining?
not expanding and declining. What we've had here is managed decline by our elites. What you have to do is remove the globalist elites. We were under managed decline in every area, in education and healthcare, trade, national security, our culture, borders, all of it. We lost our, what they say is so important in this Ukraine situation, our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, and our self-determination of our citizens. That was the southern border of the United States. We've had 12 to 15 million invaders just on Biden's watch. I'm not talking beforehand. Beforehand, the number could get to 30 million. I don't even count those people anymore. What I count is what happened on Biden's watch. And it's extraordinary. Trump's reversed that. That's about make America great again. And there is a sense in this kind of new hemispheric look of hemispheric defense, particularly with partners like the Bolsonaros in Brazil and Milei in Chile or in Argentina, that this APEC conference that was in Chile, I think was an eye-opener for everybody, how deeply the Chinese Communist Party is in Latin America, in Central America, in Canada, really in Mexico. I believe his initial trade pushback was targeted at the Chinese Communist Party to focus on first Mexico and Canada, particularly around fentanyl, which is the new opium war against the United States, a chemical warfare attack essentially against us, losing 100,000 people a year. And the hidden costs, which nobody talks about, trillions of dollars of costs going forward for really people have been turned into zombies. So if you're not dead, you're ruined to society. So President Trump's very aggressive on this. You are going to see, because he has in this idea, this concept of, hey, maybe we partner with Greenland. Maybe there's some way to, with an independent Greenland, we partner. He thinks that there's, and he's got pretty convincing evidence, both on the trade side and the national security military side, that it may make sense for Canada to partner up with us in some sort of forum. I don't know what that forum is. He keeps talking about it as another state. Maybe that's right. In Canada, not just the geoeconomics of trade and the one market, but as importantly, Canada's greatest defense, and it was its northern border, which was frozen. Now that may be their soft underbelly. As the Chinese Communist Party in China becomes a major great power in the Arctic, they look very vulnerable. So President Trump is thinking, he's thinking downrange. And I think people should understand in his 4 years when he was out of office, he took it very personally how it was stolen from him, but he planned and plotted every day, not simply the political comeback, but the policy comeback. What are we actually going to do? So he says, my revenge is a new golden age for America. Why his acolytes and people are looking at these verticals that we're driving to, but there's also something of holding people accountable for how this happened, of how we got in this situation. Not just President Trump and J6 and the Russia investigation. All that clearly has to be looked at. But I'm talking about decades and decades of rot in the United States. How did this come about? And how did the American taxpayers end up paying for it?
Let's talk about immigration. This is a huge issue. I think the number one issue facing the West today. Tom Homan, the border czar, said he's not happy with the numbers of deportations so far. There's been about 1,000 per day detainees being locked up. Under that projection, that's only 300,000 a year. That's not nowhere near tens of millions. It's not enough, is it?
Not tens of millions. Let's say start with 10 to 12, which is enough. No. And think about it. I'm going to give you worse news. This is the lowest hanging fruit. These are people with we haven't even gotten to the people that have orders to be deported. These are all quasi-criminals, right? They're either should be in lockup. For your audience, and our major metropolitan areas are all sanctuary cities, because the Democrats essentially control 20 of the largest metropolitan areas in the country, and then university towns in Aspen and Martha's Vineyard. That's where the Democrats really control. These cities have become sanctuary cities. One of the reasons that people are starting to vote for Trump, because they see the crime, they see the destruction of healthcare and education. Right? Your audience should understand of everything we've done, and Homa's doing a great job. They're all administrative warrants. You really can't go in and kick down a door and take 4 or 5 guys out. You got to nice in the door. If they don't want to answer, or they say, hey, I'm busy today, you have to go away. It's clearly not enough. And it's clearly not enough. The cost is very expensive. It's not, but Homan has a plan to do much more. I think once we get our people in the Senate, and this is why the Democrats are slowing down the confirmation process. They understand once we get control of the apparatus of the Justice Department and FBI, that will change. I think you're going to see a much more aggressive look. Homan's as aggressive as you can get. What he needs is some runway. He needs the ability to issue warrants. He needs, first of all, the ability to go into city jails, into state prisons, and take out the convicts there and send and deport them south. We need deals with these countries. Rubio, first trip goes to Central America. He's making those deals and getting those arrangements set up right now. That'll be very important. You'll see this ramped up, but your audience should understand this is not going to be easy, just like it's not going to be easy in the United Kingdom. If you're going to get 10 to 12 million, and I'm adamant, everybody's got to go. They all have to go back to their countries. We cannot allow a situation where people are allowed to come in here illegally and basically invited in by the government. And that's why, because this was not chaos. This was very well organized by Biden and the globalists. In fact, USAID, the charities and NGOs were a big part of this. Okay, all those people come under the heading of the UN's Global Compact on Migration are all part of this. And it's one of the reasons you see in Europe. I won't expose it, all the lies. I'm a Catholic. I'm a Roman Catholic. Catholic charities should be under investigation immediately. They took money from the government. They took money from USAID, plus the second collections in Catholic churches, and used it to invade our country to actually. And now they're out making videos telling illegal alien invaders how to avoid being rounded up, how to avoid going back. So the Lutheran Church, the Catholic Church, there's a Jewish organization out there, all of these NGOs, they're all guilty of the same thing of being being part of a conspiracy to and accomplish in invading our country. We have to investigate all of this.
Even the governor of New Jersey was talking about potentially hiding one.
No, and I worked with Phil Murphy at Goldman Sachs years ago. He's talking about hiding one. To me, any government official, and this is why I hope Homan gets a little more aggressive. I mean, I should say, he wants to be aggressive. I think what we have to do is let him off the chain. Homan wants to go in and arrest. If the mayor of Chicago is not going to open the city jails for us to take the prisoners out, if he's going to block and thwart by using city resources to stop federal authorities coming in, I think he should be arrested. If Pritzker, the big talking governor of Illinois, who's running for president, is going to use this as his platform, if he's sitting there saying that he's going to thwart every effort of the federal government to go to the prisons and take the prisoners out that should be deported, or to stop people that have orders, have already been ordered by, because over 1.1 million have already have deportation orders signed by a judge. They can go right away. We're not even to that crowd yet. We're still trying to get the criminals, which there's hundreds of thousands of criminals. If they block it, they should go to prison. I think, and Phil Murphy, is he going to hide somebody upstairs? Then you got to go to prison. We have to get hard with this. Homan wants to. We have Homan and Stephen Miller. There's about as hard as you can get.
So what's holding them back at the moment?
Well, I think number one, we haven't taken control of the Justice Department yet. Pam Bondi's not over there. Emma Bovee, we're kind of doing it in an interim basis, as happens on any administration. The Democrats are slowing this down. This is why the committees of jurisdiction voting out Tulsi Gabbard, voting out Bobby Kennedy were massive wins, right, with Pete Hegseth. They've been holding these things up, dragging their heel. Pam Bondi was voted on Monday night. She's just getting with the Justice Department. I think you're going to see a whole different sea change, but she's got another 15 people that also have to be Senate confirmed. Of the 4,000 that you get to come in and run the government, 3,000 just need a security clearance, basically, and they can start work tomorrow. The 1,000, and this is at the senior level, or all the key alphabet agencies, all have to go through Senate confirmation. When our government was set up, the House of Representatives was set up like Commons. The Senate was set up like the House of Lords. And what they thought was very important, since we didn't have a landed aristocracy, they wanted, and the Senate at the time was not directly elected by the people, so there's another safeguard against pure democracy. They wanted the Senate to be the Human Resources Department. They only gave the Senate two really official roles. You approve every treaty, and we don't want a lot of treaties, but if there's a treaty like in the war, I guess we want the Senate by 2/3 have to approve it, number one. Number two, you're the Human Resources Department. Every major cabinet official and underneath, and ambassador, and U.S. attorney, all have to be confirmed by the U.S. Senate. That is a massive amount of people. That's what always slows these administrations down, particularly when you got the clock of the first 100 days. And remember, Trump's got about 100 days and then maybe 6 months until they gang up on him and try to slow this down. And people know this. So the lever that the Democrats use the most is slowing down the confirmation of judges, of U.S. attorneys, of ambassadors, all of it. So it's a tough battle. This is why we work 24/7. And quite frankly, our show, The War Room, One of our stocks in trade is supporting confirmation areas. We got Pete Hegseth over the top when there was an hour there on a Thursday about a month ago that Hegseth was about to be kicked to the curb, and Ron DeSantis is going to be brought in, and our audience said, no way. We do what we call fixed bayonets, just flood the zone with tens of thousands of calls, emails, text messages. We did it again on Bobby Kennedy, Kash Patel, and Pam Bondi, and Tulsi Gabbard. And, we're getting things approved. But it's so important for us hitting President Trump's marks.
What's your message to those protesters who are currently out on the streets in LA and other cities protesting against the deportations? They've got Mexican flags. They're burning American flags. What do you say to them? Do
more of it. I think it's great. I think the American people have to see this. Number one, I'm all for protests. I think protests it's a kind of an American tradition. As I remember in the revolution, I think it's how we kicked off the revolution, right? I'm a huge believer in it. But obviously you gotta, there are constraints you have to have on it. But I also think it shows you who people are. The protests in particularly in Southern California is who's organizing it. And it's virulently anti-American. They're burning the American flag. They're waving the Mexican flag. I think people just ought to see more of it. I think the protest, at a point in time, you can't let it disrupt the functions of the ICE agents in actually doing this. And I think you'll get to that point eventually. But I think the protests are fine as long as the media is showing who's in back of it, and don't try to cover it up. Let the American people see, let them see it. It's like the protests you see in London. When you have these big radical Islamic protests, I say cut the cameras on. BBC, these guys suppress it. The British people, because you're our mother country, one thing is the Anglo-Saxon community, the Anglosphere, has tremendous common sense built upon working class kind of experience. I'm always, like in Brexit or anything, this is what Churchill, on really backing Churchill's play with the same people that have backed, the same groups have backed Brexit, working class people in Midlands. The more information they have, the common sense kicks in, they kind of weigh and measure. This is my point. I want radical transparency. I want transparency who's in back of these protests. I don't have a problem with the protests. If they come and try to stop ICE, then something's got to be done about it. But we tried to show as much of the protests today as we possibly could, because I want our audience to understand what's going on. Particularly, they're waving Mexican flags and they're burning American flags. I don't know if these are the best. The people are not. They're not sending their best, right?
Let's talk about Britain. Should Britain expect tariffs from President Trump?
I think it depends. It depends on, look, when Theresa May and the team came over, I think in February of 17, the first group we really had over in an organized way, I offered to sit in a room and cut a trade deal. I said, look, I'll sit here every day. I got to step out for other things, but we'll sit here 30 days and we'll have an amazing trade deal, this reciprocity. To say I got blown off is, they had no interest. Nah, don't want to do it. And I was thinking, I said, wow, these guys, they looked at Brexit as a problem and they didn't want to deal with it. A deal with the United States would have gone so far, but they didn't want to deal with it. Look, there's a very special relationship between our countries. There just is, right? There's a very strong bond between our two countries. One, obviously in the founding of the country, and we broke off, but there's still a deep bond underneath that. There's a deep bond for the 20th century, World War I, World War II, all the movies and the culture and just what people, what they think of the two cultures in the society and people that got to know each other. Then in the Cold War, you stood shoulder to shoulder. Then when President Reagan, our country got way off track. He came back, and Margaret Thatcher virtually at the same time, and was a great partner in taking down the evil empire, the great third victory of this alliance. So there's a deep bond there, and I'm sure President Trump understands that. I mean, look at how much time he spent in Scotland building those golf courses. He has a deep love. His mother comes from Scotland. He reveres his mother, right? He reveres his mother. This is why he's so drawn to Scotland. This guy is, holds England up as very special, a very special relationship. I'm sure something would be worked out. Now, he's a tough deal guy, and he's going to cut tough deals. And I think like all of us, he's kind of a little bit shocked of Sir Starmer and others that it seems like your financial since the bond market turfed out Liz Truss, and it didn't give Rishi Sunak, it kind of turfed him out too. you're still going, I believe you're kind of in a financial crisis. And one of the reasons you have a financial crisis is that your revenues from taxes, which are very highly taxed, don't come close to paying for your expenses. You don't have the luxury we have of being the prime reserve currency. That makes a huge difference. There's huge obligations going on for that. You actually passed the baton to that after the destruction on the British Empire and the British people of 2 brutal world wars where you were at the tip of the spear taking casualties. So we kind of took it over from the pound. And it's tough, but you don't have that luxury. And what shocks me, and this gets back to the Ukraine situation, I just don't know what your leaders, the math they look at must not be the math that I look at. And I was the first American. My brother, Larry Kudlow, came out and said how Liz Truss's plan was so great. And I said at the beginning, I said, this is financial suicide because she's not laying out the numbers. You can't go back to the Reagan play. You can't have a pro-growth supply side cut unless in today's world you lay out the math and say, here's exactly what we're doing. Here's what the cut does. Here's the industry is going to go to. Here's our projection, how you turn it around. When they were sitting there weeks and weeks, I sit on the show and go, I don't think it's the way the world works. And I keep telling people, the bond market has taken out more governments than the howitzer, okay? And in here, over the last year, the French assembly turfed out because of finance and trying to lay the cost of all this green madness on working class people. The Germans essentially turfed out for economics. The British, 2 governments, and I think a third on the ropes because of economics. The Canadians for economics. Biden really for economics. The G7, because we're too highly levered, and for too long, we haven't really taxed, and particularly here, haven't cut expenses and taxed the wealthy. We're in a jam and too much military expenditures. So I keep telling people, we have, I think, $300 trillion globally of debt. If you add it all up, households, students, little businesses, big businesses, local governments, your waterworks, schools, regional governments, national governments, international organizations. I think if you roll it all up, somebody says like 300 trillion. We're going to have the world's biggest margin call. And when we have that, it's going to be hell to pay. And so I tell everybody now, you better get in there. You better get serious about really husbanding resources, cutting expenditures, and figuring out what you can do on the revenue side. This is why President Trump's come up with this revolutionary external revenues, which he views as tariffs, fees, and duties, which is the way we finance our country up until the early 20th century. So there's huge changes coming on. I just feel my big fear for everybody is a financial crisis that is worse than 2008.
Well, just coming back to Starmer and Trump, because I think that's a really interesting relationship. I'd be incredibly surprised if it was anything like Reagan and Thatcher, but maybe we could be pleasantly surprised. Are there some concerns within the State Department, within the Trump administration, as to what Keir Starmer's doing in Britain, particularly around issues like freedom of speech? Just in the last few days, we saw a man, he pled guilty because he burned a Quran, and they said that that was racially aggravating and so on. Is there concerns within the Trump administration that Starmer isn't taking freedom of speech seriously as one issue, or in other domestic policies where the Trump team are thinking this is crazy?
Well, first of all, I think President Trump looks at Nigel Farage as his relationship. And Nigel Farage
That's his stature.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's his stature. And I'm not trying to chop block Sir Starmer, is that I don't think it's a good signal, and President Trump has not said this to me, but on our show with Raheem, we're stunned that you can send Lord Mandelson. If you want to have a great relationship, I think I could probably come up with 20 people that I would pick to come over here that were not Lord Mandelson. And that is because of the horrible things he said about President Trump in the past, which he meant it, because he never thought Trump was coming back. So that's when you really say what you feel. Now he's over here, and the British people are trying to understand he's groveling on Fox Digital. They wouldn't put him on the channel. I think Murdoch may be too embarrassed. He's groveling on the digital, and it's embarrassing. Oh, that was a different time. I didn't know what I was doing. He's just groveling to try to get it. I think it's a terrible pick as ambassador. I think it sends a totally wrong signal to MAGA, because this guy stands for everything. He's against everything we've ever stood for. I just think it's a horrible, horrible symbol. And that, to me, is looked at as an action. President Trump is a people person. And I can see him and the prime minister getting along. I know he's excited about it. We'll have to see how it plays out. But I think when you talk about people that where they really come from, it's Nigel, who's known the president for years, campaigned for the president. And Nigel is a big personality here among MAGA. People know Nigel. We went to, when Nigel was here for the inauguration, one of the best attended events in our entire inauguration over those 5 days. And folks got to understand, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of events. One of the best attended by power players was the one that was put on for Nigel. That's how highly he's regarded in the United States, because like Churchill, Churchill went all over the country and gave lectures in those years in the wilderness. Nigel's been over here. He's gone to the small communities. He's done as many talks at small events and small venues as probably done in the Midlands. I mean, he's spent a lot of time over here talking to people, and people see a kindred soul. Remember, back to 16, which we were working so hard on Breitbart London with Raheem Kassam, and Raheem was actually working with Nigel at that time. You know, Nigel told the BBC the next day, if it hadn't been for Breitbart London and Bannon and his team, they don't know if they could have pulled it off. I saw Brexit then as the predicate. That's when I told people, I said, we got this. If we can execute, and this is two months before I was brought into the campaign. One of the reasons I was brought into the campaign was just the thing that, yeah, Bannon was the guy that was on that Brexit thing. It's kind of similar. So there's many similarities of what's going on. I think now you've really got to execute on Brexit. That's why I think the man in the moment in Nigel Farage is starting to meet.
So David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary, he is here in DC this week meeting with Marco Rubio. And one of the things they're going to be discussing is this Chagos Islands deal.
Yeah,
now,
big.
to give a bit of context, Mauritius, which is a country in the Indian Ocean, wants to have sovereignty over a British territory, the Chagos Islands, where there's a US military base. And there's this deal which Keir Starmer looks like he's going to sign, in which Britain hands over potentially £18 billion to give them sovereignty over our territory with a US military base on. Would you advise President Trump to veto this deal?
It's a non-starter. I'm probably the only person you're going to interview that was supposed to dock there, and actually we had to get to the North Arabian Sea, so we just went by. Diego Garcia is a central asset. Back when I was there, it was I think it was still a British base. It is a central asset in the overall geostrategic outlook of the Indian Ocean strategy in the Pacific, what they call, Indo-Pacific Com. India and South Asia is now central to really the containment of China and stopping China from taking over the Eurasian landmass. This is a key asset under no circumstances now, because it's a naval strategy in the Indian Ocean. And when I was in the North Arabian Sea and Persian Gulf on a destroyer as a young officer back in, I think it was 79 and 1980, Diego Garcia was the only place you could stop. We have to have Diego. If you don't have Diego Garcia from the Australians, the Royal Navy that's there, and the American Navy, it's taken a major strategic. I'm actually shocked and stunned that it even could be conceived. When Nigel approached me a couple of months ago and walked me through it, I go, isn't that where Diego Garcia is? And they go, yeah. And I go, it's impossible. You can't give that up. That's the one base in that vast ocean. It's the one thing you can pull into, and it's under our, it's under us. We have it now, but it cannot be. And I'm sure President Trump will tell him under no situation. This is one of the things I'm kind of stunned about with the British and being allies on something that's so central. It's key to this strategy. Why this would even come up to gift. I think Mauritius is in hock to the One Belt, One Road. I mean, what the British East India Company did in building their network, which is kind of a predatory elite capture, predatory capitalism, then foreclose. You've got the elites in partnership with you forever. The CCP's kind of run a reverse British East India Company strategy, where they have these countries from sub-Saharan to Latin America to sub-Saharan Africa to the Panama Canal to all the strategic. They took the Royal Navy's playbook. They read Mahan and said, "Hey, Mahan," and they said, "Hey, I want in." We're trying to reverse that. Diego Garcia is central to this, because if you give it up, you're giving it to the Chinese Communist Party, and we can never allow that to happen.
So just to be clear, you think President Trump will veto this deal?
I believe that Secretary Marco Rubio is going to form the foreign minister Lamy that this is a non-starter. I would assume that's happened. If not, there's going to be a firestorm from the national. This is an issue that actually unites even parts of the MAGA more isolationist wing with thing, because we do realize that we're a Pacific nation. We've got the 3 island chains. We obviously want to do it with a navy instead of an army. We're never going to fight another land war on the Eurasian landmass. But this is central, and the Hawks are adamant. I'm actually kind of stunned it's gotten this far. It's like there's something, I'm not saying there's corruption or kickbacks, but somebody has to check this thing out. There's no logic for why we would turn this over. Mauritius, it's not run by Jeffersonian Democrats, and it is in hock to the Chinese Communist Party. So why would we give the key asset in the middle of that vast desert? It's basically an ocean desert. It's like parts of the Pacific. The ocean is so vast. You have one little essentially refueling station and place to keep weapons, to restock, refuel, and then it's an atoll with a runway and a pier, right? You have a pier and a runway. It's not a garden spot. Why would you give that up? It's like incomprehensible.
Kemi Badenoch, she's the leader of the Tory party in Britain, the new leader. Are you impressed with her so far?
I'm just not impressed with the Tory party. I mean, it's so feckless. You had 12 years. You had so many opportunities. You had that one with Boris Johnson. All I've seen is just you've thrown away so many opportunities. You had Brexit. You had the opportunity there. There's been so many unforced errors, right? And in Rotherham, she's also part of that didn't want to confront some of these issues that are unpleasant to confront. I'm not saying this scandal.
The rape gang.
Yeah, the rape gangs. And remember, these are the granddaughters of the guys that stormed Normandy. Think about it for a second. Think of the generation these are the grandchildren of, or the children of, but mainly the grandchildren of. That's what I think about. I think that all the lives that went in to ensure that England had its freedom, and to think that in these working class neighborhoods, these working class girls were these rape gangs. It went on, and people now admitting, oh, we were too afraid to do it. That's not an excuse, right? You have the authority. You have to do something. I think it's a deep scar. It's also, I think, you have to investigate that, and accountability and responsibility has to come up with that. So I see the Tory party. They were there for all that. I mean, where are you after all those years of Tory rule? And here's what you find out: it's not really conservative. It's not really nationalistic. It doesn't really believe in the nation state. It wants to be everything to all these international organizations. You open your border, and everything they give you, they're just tapping you along. It's all just performance. Where they really say they're going to do it, then they don't do it. They say they're going to do it, then you get 1 million illegal aliens in every year, 1 million migrants. Where they say they're going to close them, they don't do it. They're always trying to play hide the football. And so that's why I think so many people get frustrated with politics, and they say all these guys lie. If you're going to come up, you got to be bold. And I think too many of the Tories, when I look at them, they just want to go along to get along. You're not there for a popularity contest. You're there to save your country. And your country's in a crisis now because for over a decade, you actually had power but didn't use power to actually save your country. You're in a jam right now. I can't tell you how much I think you have a massive immigration problem that you still don't want to address. We're going through it right now, and it's tough in the United States, and we're pretty tough hombres, okay? You have a huge issue in front of you have to address. You have huge financial issue in front of you have to address. Economic issue you have to address. And national security and strategy issues. And you have guys like Boris Johnson running around trying to be Churchill that have got you wrapped around the axle in Ukraine. Look, the commitments people are talking about, you signing 100-year treaties, you're talking about making a significant military commitment and a security over in Ukraine. Are you kidding me? The Great Britain, you're going to lose your health care, you're going to lose your education, you're going to lose it all if you don't get a grip on these people. And that's Tory and Labour. The established order, and it comes out of the City of London too, is I think driving the United Kingdom over an abyss. And when you said you've had Brexit, you're going to go over abyss, that means people in charge have not really said, hey, we have our own sovereignty. Let's do something like use our sovereignty.
Okay, it's been a very busy 2 weeks for you, I imagine, and for President Trump. Are you just getting started?
Oh, it's just started. I've been doing this every day like this for the last 12 years. It's great. If you're going to save your country, look, I could go out and do. I've been blessed by having financial resources. I could go do anything I want. This is what I want. I served my nation on a destroyer, for 3.5, 4 years, at sea in the Pacific and then up in the North Arabian Sea. Because one, I was my heroes growing up were Lord Nelson. Horatio Nelson was a huge in the Band of Brothers.
Great man.
The great man. I've read everything about him. I've gone all the memorials. I mean, I came from, my family's from Norfolk, Virginia, very, all enlisted people or people that worked around the base. And
well, I'm from Portsmouth, and you can
Portsmouth,
go to HMS Victory.
Portsmouth's the town that's named right there. Norfolk and Portsmouth are the two towns. Look, I was always inspired by Horatio Nelson. One of my favorite films, like Churchill's, is That Hamilton Woman, which has Vivian Leigh and Laurence Olivier. And when I talk about cultural bonds, I'm from the South, and the novel of the South is Gone with the Wind, and Vivian Leigh, who's British, plays Scarlett O'Hara. That shows you the bonds that we have that are very deep, and particularly with the American South. So it's no, I'm just getting started. I work 18 to 20 hours a day, 6-7 days a week, and I can't get enough. And I tell you, a guy that outworks me is Donald Trump. And people say, well, he plays golf. I said, hey, when he's on the golf course, he's making deals. He's got guys. He's on the phone. He's drilling guys. He's playing with people for a reason. This guy is in beast mode all the time. I've never seen anything like it. He is now, we haven't gotten peak Trump, but we're getting prime Trump. I think we're building to peak Trump, and it's so every day that I wake up, and I get up about 4 a.m. to check international news, to read the Guardian and the Telegraph and the Times and all the foreign papers early. When I get up, I tell people every day's Christmas Day, and I got a dozen boxes to open up, and there's going to be great things in each box. When you've been in the wilderness like we've been in the wilderness, and remember, they took all our we lost all of our bank lines, all of our credit cards. They deplatformed. I'm still banned in perpetuity on all the big platforms. You can't get me on Facebook, or you can barely, Google. They got all the bad stuff up front. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. We're banned on all of them, and but it's great. We were so, and President Trump, he was debanked, credit cards cut off, Melania, all of it, because they thought we were out of power, and they're all going to put us in prison so you don't have to deal with these people. It's the greatest, President Trump led the greatest comeback, not just in American history. He led the greatest comeback in all political history, if you read history. And the people around him that have been not just loyal to him personally, but loyal to this cause, understand that the American people responded to it. People throughout the world have responded to it. And you're just seeing the beginning of it. We're at the top, in baseball terms, we're at the top of the first inning. We got a long game ahead of us, and it's going to be a fight. Tough fight. I tell people this. At the inauguration, I said, don't come here just to party and think that this is it. This is the what Churchill said about, I think, El Amin. Now, up until the inauguration, or November 5th, that was kind of the end of the beginning, right? And now we've got the whole rest of the story. And President Trump's here on the hero's journey. So we're here to support him and be part of that, like Nelson's Band of Brothers.
So this is the beginning of the end. Thank you so much, Stephen Bannon, for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the GBN America YouTube channel.
Peace out. Glad y'all tuned in. Subscribe to the channel. Until next time. I'm out. Mr. Zach Reacts. Peace. Live.